Hey, what's happening, everybody? 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning. I'm Dirt, he's Swag. Happy Tuesday, everybody. One more day without Sprager. He will be back tomorrow from his Southern California vacation. I believe his travel home day is today. We got a lot to get to today. How we doing this morning, Swag? We feeling good?
We're good. Are you fogging up in there?
I am fogging up in here, yeah. It's a little chilly. I turned the heat on, and now everything's a little liquidy and wet. Now it's like, now I feel like
I couldn't tell if that was me or you. I was I didn't think I had the heat on in here.
No, it's just me. It's my sexiness once I walk into the studio. The windows just steam up, dude. You want me to go put my hand down the window and drag it across?
That dad bod thing
turn you on
now.
a little bit. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, it's look, we bitch about it a lot. Listeners probably don't care, but it's something something we have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. The thermostat in this room is horrible. It's never really properly worked. And the difference...
Well, it doesn't maintain a
constant
temperature.
I want to set the number and hold the number.
Want it to be a very comfortable 68, 69 degrees.
That's a very key part of a thermostat.
And it either goes
to
74 or 64.
It's one of the other.
It can't hold a damn temperature.
No. If you could just hold at 67, guess who's happy as a clam the entire show?
We all are.
This guy. But when you turn the heat up, it doesn't stop at 67, to your point. Next thing you know, you turn around and it's 75.
You set limits and it just keeps going.
Now I'm sticky. Now I'm uncomfortable. It's not good for anybody. Nobody wants me sweating during the show. Look, I sweat very easily as a fat man, but I should not be sweating doing a radio show. That's a bit of a problem. So we bitch about it a lot, and that is a complaint I will have right out of the gate today. Because, yes, my windows are fogged up.
I was double-checking if it was me.
No, it's me, buddy. It is me. We turned it up. Now we've turned it down. We'll see if we can find a solution here.
Other than that, I'm good.
Other than that, we're doing good. Other than the fogged up in here. I do love when everybody, because it's so funny how I am very fortunate. I don't know how you are in your relationship with your wife. Temperatures are a very big thing that I don't think enough people talk about early on in relationship cycles.
Yeah.
Like, how do you like it hot? Do you like it cold? What's your number? Do you like to sleep cold? Do you like to sleep hot? I'm very thankful that my wife and I are in lockstep. Even more so now that she's 7 months pregnant. She gets hotter than hell. Yeah. So it's got to be chilly in there. There's a fan going. There's an air conditioner going at all times. And that helps me.
She's more likely to be cold than I am.
Yes.
And her variation... she has very small, like she'll go from cold to hot, like
very quickly.
Very slight change in temperature.
Okay, when you guys sleep, are you okay with the temperature in the room? Does she think it's too cold or too hot? Because that's mainly when it impacts you.
We usually get that right.
Yeah, you got a good set number.
She has an extra blanket if she gets colder.
There you go. You got to have that. Throw it on. Keep yourself warm during the night.
But for the most part, it's not too
every
once in a while. There'll be an issue.
Yeah. It is. You don't even think about it when you start dating somebody, right? And then you eventually move in together as the relationship progresses.
And then there's body clock stuff. Now some of it is job related.
Yeah, you got to get up when you got to get up for work.
But
everybody's a little bit different. Some people are more night owls, some people are more morning people. Yeah, like if
you have a morning person and a night owl,
right.
You
got two different shifts going here,
exactly.
You know? I'm staying up after you go to bed, and then you're getting up while I'm still in bed, and then we don't see each other for pockets of the day. But maybe that's good for a relationship, right? You got to have your solo time there. I got a buddy who married a gal, and they could not be on a wider sliding scale of one of them thinks like 75 degrees is too chilly. Like that's her body temperature.
I would be taking you to the doctor to check your circulation.
Right. What's going on here?
Is there a condition? Is there something we got to deal with?
And my buddy thinks 65 degrees is too hot. So it's just like they could not be more opposite. And I love every time I hear stories about how they try and sleep and one has a heated blanket on one side, the other one has no blankets on at all. It's like this is so complicated. Now you got to think about this every night.
Yep.
They try and sell you the idea of the mattress with the two different temperatures on each side, but I kind of find that bogus. I don't know. Maybe the technology's there.
I don't know.
I haven't got a new mattress in a while.
To find that out.
You can turn this mattress side down and this mattress side up.
What do you got? You got like cold water running through one of them or something?
I'm not buying it. I think you're missing
the other one is diet. Your diets need to match up.
Yeah, especially if one of you in particular does the cooking, then you got to make sure that like, hey, if I'm doing the cooking, I want to cook stuff that I want to cook.
Yeah.
But it's got to be
like there's
compatible.
No way in hell if I had to, go back out there again, which there are no plans to do. By the way.
Right. You're locked down. You're committed. Verbal commitment.
No, if the first hint of vegan, vegetarian, pescatarian,
you're out immediately, huh?
No.
Yeah, you couldn't do it.
Stop.
Because of your love of cooking. Do you think you could find recipes, though, that you would like if you had to go somewhat that route or not at all?
No.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, people have tried to tell me, oh, try this. And no.
Try this.
Uh-uh.
Try this fake meat.
I have a Traeger.
It's impossible meat, man.
What do you want?
Throw some. Can you cook tofu on a Traeger? Is that possible? Can you slow cook it?
Why would one want to try?
225, low temp, man.
Exactly.
Get that smoke flavor in there.
Smoked tofu.
You've never had smoked tofu over there, all right? Come on.
Stop it.
Don't be judgmental, Swag. I tend to agree with you. That would be a pretty big deal breaker. What's the thing that your wife, is it pork? Is that the biggest one for you?
Yeah, she does not.
She's not a pork person?
Which, but I still cook it then for me.
Yeah, you still cook. You
just
go
to
on your
have
side
around.
quest.
Like there's pork tenderloins in the fridge right now. So, but I'll have it
I love
for
you
lunch.
have to go buy your own personal stash of pork just to keep yourself satisfied.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Or if I want to make sure that there's something that's there for me or
Yeah.
a dish I don't want to share,
Right.
throw some bacon bits on it or something like
Ooh,
that.
Yeah, just to add a little bit on top.
Put a slice of ham in there, whatever.
I have decided now that we bring up pork, I love talking about pork and I love pork.
I know.
I think I'm going to do burn ends this weekend.
Nice.
I think I'm just trying to get, before football season starts, I'm racking my brain about weekends are about to be tied up, right? Because I work duck stuff, and so Saturdays are, out of the window, out of question. Shortly after that, right? Then it's baby time, and who knows how that's going to go and how
Exactly.
right. It's going to be a little bit of a chaotic football season for me. So Dirt's trying to enjoy the as I go third person the last couple of weekends of the summer before football.
There you go.
I got 2 more weekends to go before that first Duck pregame show will be against Boise State.
Boise State.
In a little over 2 weeks, so our Saturdays are gone. So I think that's one of my to-do lists this weekend.
There you go.
I've not made burn ends in about 2 years. The last time I did them, they were okay, not great, and I'm eager for a new challenge. And so that's on my to-do list
Burn
this
ends,
weekend.
I've got a pretty good recipe on the Traeger.
You like your go-to recipe for burn ends?
Yeah, it kind of combines, some barbecue sauce with, I think it was beef stock or something, so you get a more beefy thing. It's not super sweet.
Okay, I like that.
That sort of thing.
Send it my way. I'm intrigued. That sounds entertaining.
That's
on my
then
list.
the trick is to get the cap piece or the end piece of the brisket.
Yes.
If you go to the butcher shop and you get just that little end fatty piece.
God, so good. So good.
As opposed to the middle of it.
Yeah, you don't want the middle. You want fat on your meat.
You're doing burnt ends.
Yeah, you
got to
fat.
get the end.
You got to get the fat. You got to get the end.
tails.
Yeah, come on now. I don't want the non-fat piece of the pork. Get out
Well,
of here.
the brisket,
fine.
that's fantastic.
It's fine
If you
for other
want to do,
reasons.
yeah.
Not for burning
But
ends,
if
though.
you just want the little meat candy at the end.
Meat candy, man. Who doesn't love meat candy? We do have a lot to get to on the show today. I will ask this question. These continue to go viral. Let's grade this one.
Oh, no.
So the last one that we had was a guy playing a round of golf without a golf ball and having to play 18 holes without saying anything.
Yeah.
This is fantasy football
So we're paying
punishment
off all
season.
our fantasy football for,
Yeah, it's that time of year, right? I'm sure everybody's getting ready to do your fantasy football
Yeah, I know.
drafts. I'm
Gotta
not a
go.
fantasy football guy. Are you still doing fantasy football?
Well, I have the one league with all my buddies.
That you've done forever.
And so
What's the buy-in? Is it a big pot?
that's $50.
Okay, so that's not bad.
No,
What, 10,
it's
12 guys? How many guys are we talking?
12. There's
Okay.
12.
So it's okay,
and it's
but nothing
mostly
big.
just to create the group chat. And, half of them are hardcore Seahawks fans. There's a bunch of them up in Seattle.
Right.
Hardcore Seahawks
So they
fans.
fight over who can draft the Seahawks, probably.
Exactly.
They want the first pick so they could take Smith and Jigba. So the latest one that I saw, kind of funny, different version of a punishment that I'm used to.
Yes.
This guy's fantasy football.
Football? Do we have a new sport?
I just made that up on the fly. I
Nice.
like that.
I want to play some football.
Football actually sounds like a pretty cool sport. Probably got a
think so.
soft, like mushy ball that you can throw around.
Might
beat
involve
people.
some drinking in the middle of it.
Oh, football definitely has a lot of boozing. If you're good at football, you're boozing a lot, Darren, while you're playing it.
There you go, mail sack. Send us your rules.
What
What
are
are
the
the
rules?
rules for football?
How's the scoring system? What kind of ball do you
The
use?
Fan Football League.
Hey, we can
brought
start
to you
that.
by Binary, only fan by PA.
I'm going to join a fantasy football league this year. Who's your first overall pick? I don't know. I got to start looking at my charts. This guy's fantasy football punishment after finishing last in his league was he had to dress as the very hungry caterpillar.
Okay.
and eat all of the things from the book. Now, do you remember the book, The Very Hungry
I
Caterpillar?
do.
That was
Gorgeous illustrations.
It's just a beautiful book, right?
Beautiful book.
Fun to flip through and see the little holes as the caterpillar.
I hope there's one in Teddy's growing bookshelf.
Oh, he has, yes. We have read The Very Hungry Caterpillar.
Nice. So there were leaves. I know that.
Yeah, so here we go.
Did he eat a bug at some point or not?
This is what he has to eat, and he had to do it in one sitting. One apple, no big deal. 2 pears, no big deal. 3 plums, fine.
Yeah.
A lot of fruit early on.
That's okay.
4 strawberries. I think anybody can handle that.
That's where I tap out.
You would tap out at the strawberries. 5 oranges. That's a decent amount.
That's a lot of citrus, but you're not getting scurvy.
No.
Can I squeeze the oranges and just drink orange juice?
I don't think that's allowed. I think you have to eat the oranges. I think you got to peel and eat.
You got to go full youth soccer.
That's the first one that I would do. That's like that's too much orange. I like oranges.
That's a lot.
Oranges are good. They're solid. I have no issues with oranges. Full size orange, little tangerines, whatever. If you have to eat 5 big full oranges in one sitting, that's a lot of orange. That's too much orange for anybody. And then he wraps it up with 1 piece of chocolate cake, 1 ice cream cone,
of course,
1 pickle. Got to throw that in there.
Yeah.
Eat the pickle. 1 slice of Swiss cheese. The palate is all over the map now.
Yeah.
1 slice of salami.
Beautiful.
1 lollipop.
Okay.
All right, throw that in there. That's probably not bad at that time after you've eaten all this. 1 piece of cherry pie, 1 sausage, 1 cupcake, and 1 slice of watermelon before eating a nice green leaf to wrap up The Very Hungry Caterpillar. How do we grade this punishment? Do we like it? Fun, creative? And could you, other than the strawberries, could you do it?
That's a full picnic for 4.
That's a lot of food in one sitting. The guy, it was pretty funny. The video, if you go watch it, he's like, they made him like he's in a caterpillar costume.
Yeah,
he's got the little things on his head.
At that part, I wouldn't. That you would have to, in order to get me to do it.
Yeah,
you would have to find substitutions for the pickle, the watermelon, and the strawberry. Like, I'm not eating those things.
You don't eat watermelon? You don't like watermelon?
I hate melons.
Really?
All melons.
Any kind of melon?
Cantaloupe, honeydew.
Really?
Gross.
Cantaloupe?
Rank.
You don't like cantaloupe?
No.
What the hell's the matter with you,
Like
Swigart?
I said, I would love for some nutrition science expert to do some analysis on my taste buds.
You need to see a food psychologist. Yeah, that's weird.
I mean, I tasted all those things and stuff growing up, and
when was the last time you had a bite of cantaloupe?
Years, but my dad loved cantaloupe, so it was there a lot when I was a kid.
It's always around the house. What was it about cantaloupe that you didn't like?
I don't know. There's something about melons. It's the same thing. I want to see if there's something common amongst the things.
Ooh.
Like melons, cucumbers, strawberries.
And no pickles. Really interesting. You don't put pickles on your burger?
No.
No pickles on the burger.
Well, I don't like cucumbers to begin with.
Yeah, no cucumbers in the salad. Man.
So yeah. So is there some common? Is there something genetically? Is there something?
What is it?
What is it that like the things that I don't like, I really don't like?
Yeah, it's
like
not like
gag, puke.
Right. We talked about this yesterday with mushrooms. Like I don't like mushrooms
and olives.
Yeah, I don't like olives.
I didn't. Yeah,
but if you fed me an olive, I could eat an olive.
Yeah.
I'm not excited about eating an olive, but I'm not like
exactly.
I'd never put that in my mouth.
But there are things that like gag reflex kicks in. Broccoli's one of them. Bananas are one of them.
No matter how the broccoli's cooked or just cold broccoli.
No, any
kind of broccoli.
No,
does not matter the flavor.
Texture,
just you put a piece of broccoli in your mouth, you're gagging.
I'm spitting it out. I don't care if I'm sitting in a, formal, I'm grabbing the linen napkin and spitting it out. Like the things I don't like are
you really don't like.
Make me puke.
It's so funny because I feel like if somebody had this category of food taste similar to you, I would then follow up with, well, they must have a very elementary palate, if you will, and they must not be into like you're eating a lot of processed foods.
No,
like that's where my mind would go, but I know that's not you in any way, shape, or form.
No,
you love to cook, you love to have all sorts of special ingredients.
Now there's some things like tomato,
meals. Yeah.
Like I love tomato flavor. You cook down tomatoes, tomato sauce, just a big old raw hunk of tomato. That's a texture thing.
Yeah.
That I'm not crazy about.
I'm not super high on the raw tomato.
Like pico de gallo, I avoid. You give me a salsa that's more.
What about in a burrito?
if it's all over the place, I'm going to knock some of it out.
Sure.
If it's one or two chunks, I'm not going to.
You'll be okay with that.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's some things like that where I'm like,
yeah. Okay.
I'm not, I'll work my way through it.
You'll find a way to
I'm
get
not
through
sending it back to the kitchen.
So we need substitutes for the watermelon, the pickle, and the strawberries.
Yeah.
Other than that, could you handle the very hungry caterpillar?
Depends on if I've got all day. We're just sitting there. And
I think you just sit. I think you sit there until you're done.
We're
That's
going
the punishment.
through it, and
Yeah.
I don't have to do it in like some stupid man challenge.
I could easily
period.
handle this.
Then
yeah.
I could get through it all.
Do you guys do a fantasy football punishment? I haven't done fantasy football in years.
No,
Since we stopped doing our league.
We don't do a punishment. We're all.
Everybody's too old.
I mean, everybody just lets everybody have it.
Yeah, you make fun of the
It's
guy
like,
who
what do we-
loses.
Yeah.
I'm curious if anybody out there has a good fantasy football punishment. I've always thought it would be fun to have a way, or try and find a way to incorporate a punishment into the show. Like if you have a bunch of P1s who are in a league. I don't know what that would be. Make somebody come in and like host a segment by themselves and see how bad it's like. You got 20 minutes go. Like I don't know what the segment would be.
I think punishment for our listeners.
Well, that'd be fun. I think it'd be entertaining. We'd sit here with them and heckle them a little bit. You know, I would love to be a part of a fantasy football punishment. I just have gotten to the point where the time commitment, and now, by the way, we are now into hearing about fantasy football roster season. We're now to that point where people are having their drafts and telling you about their teams.
Exactly.
And, you know.
We do our draft. We actually are really smart. We do it the night before the opener.
That's how you should do it. You got to wait until the
You
very
got to wait
end.
until see who's starting quarterbacks, who gets hurt.
Right. The one area of fantasy football that I'm most jealous of is the people who are in leagues, and I got buddies, like our boss is this way, people who have been doing leagues forever, and they do something fun for their draft every year. Like you go somewhere, you rent a house, and everybody in the league gets together, and you get, it's essentially a guy's weekend tied into a fantasy football draft. Those ones I'm jealous of.
Yeah, our group's so spread out.
It's hard to get everybody together.
Impossible.
You got kids. It's really difficult to do that,
Yeah.
man. Like I mean, just seeing my friends who I live in the same city with is difficult at times, let alone getting a weekend together with everybody. But that's the one area, like if you could sell me on the idea of fantasy football, the tough part is so many of those leagues have been going on for 10, 15 years. Like there's traditions built in.
Yeah.
You've been doing it forever. And it's the same guys from college or guys you work with forever ago, but you hold on to it and you keep doing it. So that I'm jealous of. If you got a good fantasy football punishment, 503-864-6326. I think the Very Hungry Caterpillar, like if I'm going to rank the two that have gone viral, I would much rather do the Very Hungry Caterpillar than go play 18 holes of golf without a ball. Yeah. That would just feel, there'd be a little bit of a chuckle internally, like a slight sense of humor.
Yeah, but that's
weird.
That's weird.
Everybody looking at you. I mean, I'd shoot like a 62 though, It'd be kind of nice.
Exactly.
Hey, handicap's going down.
Just like Trump.
Can I play? Can I post that to my Gin app? Is that allowable? I'm out here in my head. I shot a 62. What do you want from me?
Man.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. We do have a lot to get to on the radio program today. It is a Mail Sack Tuesday. So make sure to get your questions in. We love the mail sack. It's my favorite day of the week.
Mail sack. I'm guessing this might be a good one.
I got
had all summer
feeling.
and we're sort of back, and some people are starting to deal with, oh, crap, my kids are going to school.
Yes.
They need clothes and backpacks and things.
You fire away. Anything you want to ask. If you're new to the show, hello, everybody. It's sports, non-sports, whatever you want to ask, we answer it. In the mail sack, and it is at 9 o'clock this morning. 503-864-6326. That's where you can send your questions. You can throw them on the YouTube chat, tweet them to us, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. Coming up at 9 o'clock in the morning. We have to dance on somebody's grave today. We will dance on a grave. That will take place. Some grave dancing.
Okay.
I have some lingering thoughts. The AP poll comes out when we're live on the air, so you try and,
we're just kind of reacting and first
flying
thoughts,
by the seat of your pants.
Now we had to digest it.
Yeah, and so after a day of ingesting it and going through your system, I have my day after thoughts on the AP poll. Some notable things, some things that haven't happened in a long time. A certain number for Oregon that they've never accomplished. So we'll get to some lingering thoughts on the AP poll. There's a lot going on in the National Football League that we will talk about today. So it is a loaded Tuesday. We got a lot to get to. Let's open with the lingering controversy in this sport. Is my producer concerned about what it means for his fandom? We'll tie that all together. And everybody's refuting every report. Nothing's true about the NBA and everything's true simultaneously. We will start there on a Tuesday. Thanks for being with us. Dirt and Sprague here, 105.1 FM, The Fan.
from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by Laurelhurst Market Steakhouse and Butcher Shop. Great spot for any occasion. Don't forget, you save 10% on your Butcher Shop order when you dine in. Menus and more at laurelhurstmarket.com. First on the Fan, the Oregon Ducks with their highest preseason AP ranking at number 2 in the first top 25 college football poll of the season. Ohio State's number 1. And then at 3, it's Georgia, Notre Dame, Texas. There's 9 SEC teams, 8 Big Ten teams, and no teams outside the Power 4 conferences in the initial poll. Oregon State Beavers announced they moved the date of their game against BYU in 2027 to week 0. They will open their season next year on August 28th in Provo. OSU also has games scheduled against Portland State, New Mexico, and Ole Miss for next season. Reported sale of the LA Lakers to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner being held up by current governor of the team, Jeannie Buss. She is contesting the sale of the Buss family's 17.8% stake in the franchise. And from the NFL, Colts agreeing to a one-year deal with veteran wide receiver Keenan Allen. Could be worth up to $8.3 million with incentives. Allen currently ranks 13th all-time in the NFL for receptions. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Inches is a lot, buddy. Welcome back in, 627. Happy Tuesday morning, everybody. Got some good mail sack questions coming in.
Mail sack.
Keep them coming. We'll get to them coming up 9 o'clock this morning, 503-864-6326. We'll get to a couple of newsy bits out of the NBA here in a moment, but we had a few fantasy football things texted in. I enjoyed this one. 2 different punishments from different leagues. Somebody said their league punishment is you have to go to a small sports bar and be the loud clapping guy. That's the kind of punishment that I could get behind.
I can do that.
It's uncomfortable. I'm never that guy. I'm not even really that guy necessarily at live sporting events. I'm more in my own little world. I don't get to, I'm not trying to shout and yell and distract people around me.
If you give me, like you could do that, like Sprague could do it if all of a sudden there was a Nottingham Forest game on.
Yeah, depends on how early it is.
He's just in a corner. Can you put that up on here for me?
And my contention,
totally into it.
Yeah, my contention on that, totally valid, would be I wanted it a more, I guess it depends on what time the game starts. Is it a football bar that opens at 6 o'clock in the morning and nobody's in there? I want you in the bar on the heat of the day. I need you in there when it is most crowded in order to make the punishment feel the most realistic. I wouldn't want to be that guy, but I could do that. That's funny.
I would say if it's lightly attended, you'll stick out more.
I mean, you for sure will. If there's 4 people in there.
If the bar's packed and everything's going.
You're yelling at the TV. You just got your Jason Garrett going all day. I mean, that's pretty solid. I like that. That's harmless. It's fun.
Exactly.
I'm all about that. And the punishment, too, by the way.
Like your NFL team's playing the London game. You get in there at 6:30
in the morning.
And people are starting to roll in at like 8:39 to get ready for the 10 a.m. kicks.
Having their breakfast.
Like,
and what the hell's
the matter with this guy? How many Bloody Marys does that guy have?
This guy's a problem over here, dude. Cut him off, man. What is going on over there?
That's your booty.
So that one I like. That's pretty solid. And the punishment being like, hey, I got to go hang out at a bar. Okay,
fine.
All right. Sure. Sounds like a good little
Is
day.
the league picking up the tab, or I got my own tab?
I imagine you got to pay your own tab.
Probably.
I could have fun on a weekend at a bar being the loud clap guy. I like that. P1 Corn Dog says our league is called Don't Be Last because if you're last place, you have to wear a dress and hold a sign that says, I suck at fantasy football at the corner of the Safeway in St. Helens. But this year, we're going to rent a spot in the local parade, and you have to walk in the parade wearing the dress.
Okay, that's better.
You like that one?
That's
pretty good.
Standing on the corner, it's like, okay, that's a little cliche. But
standing,
if you have to get a spot in the big town parade.
The St. Helens parade coming through town, I would much rather, if I'm in that fantasy football league, I would much rather do the parade than stand on the corner.
Yeah.
Standing on the corner in front of a Safeway.
Standing on the corner, you're going to get stuff thrown at you.
Everybody's going to want to
parade. Everybody's out there to have a good time.
Yeah, you're
and
just
then they're
mixed
like,
in.
What's
Right.
They'll be laughing.
There's a middle school band. There's like a dancing clown.
There's one rule about parades.
And you're in the middle of it.
Have you ever been in like a big parade?
It's been a long time, but not big, but when I was in middle school doing marching band, we did like the Junior Starlight or whatever. We did one or two of those. I also was a pooper scooper many moons ago.
That's the trick. That was the first thing, because I marched in the Grand Floral Parade, or the whatever they called it.
You got to watch out for the poops, man.
You don't want to be behind an equestrian group.
No, if you were behind the
horse.
horse.
Put us behind a float. Wanted to be behind a float.
Yeah.
That was the best.
I don't remember how that got set up. I think it was a neighbor of mine that somehow was involved with the parade planning or something. And so we dressed. I'm going to make a joke for myself here. We dressed, I believe, as the Seven Dwarves. There was like 7 kids in our neighborhood. I can't remember if I was dopey or sleepy, but probably one of the two. And we walked around and scooped the poop in the parade behind the equestrian unit. That was our job for the parade.
We got invited back. We were our band was asked a couple of times because it's televised. So, and you would march. You would start going through Memorial Coliseum, so people would actually sit there.
Yeah.
So we were asked a couple of times to stop in there and play songs while the commercial break was going on before they restarted it.
Oh, okay. That's kind of cool.
Because we approached it. Our band director was like, let's have some fun. Let's not be sloppy with the marching, but we're not going to play like John Philip Sousa marches. We're
Hey, let's have some fun with the music.
We're playing...
Play things that the kids don't want to play.
We're playing pep band stuff.
Right.
We're having some good times.
Yeah, that's those are pretty solid fantasy football punishments.
Yeah.
We've had that on the show. Like, we used to do our Oregon State bet that we stopped doing because, for obvious reasons.
Ran out of ideas.
We ran out of ideas, and also it's just like having a 39.5-point spread on the game, and Sprague wins the bet because Oregon State loses by 38. That was dumb. And it's like, we killed you, but I'm somehow dressed up as a cheerleader. I don't know how this happened. Now, the year that Oregon State came back, was it 17 points down or whatever?
And they ran it 19 straight times.
19 straight times. Yeah. Like, that was, those kind of years, I'm all for the punishment, and that makes sense. But now it doesn't make as much.
We'll wait. We'll let that breathe. We'll see if
I don't think we're ever going to bring that one
Coach
back.
Shepard can,
I highly doubt
program back.
I think Coach Shepard is going to do a good job. I don't think that will be a competitive game for many years to come.
Well, we'll see. Next year, now he's got BYU and Ole Miss on the schedule next year.
He does. Shout out to OSU for moving to week 0, by the way. I did not see that announcement until your sports update this morning. That's all. I actually have a rant on that at some point today to connect to a larger problem in the
Provo.
sport. Yeah. On a Sunday? Is it a Sunday?
Saturday.
It's a Saturday. Okay. Oh, that's touche, yeah. But there are some teams that play on the week 0 on Sunday, or is that not till week 1 usually? Because I know
that's Labor Day weekend.
Labor Day weekend, okay.
Because there's no NFL.
We got like a Notre Dame, Wisconsin game, I think, this year at Lambeau Field, if that does anything for you.
I think we get Louisville, Ole Miss.
Oh, okay. That's kind of a fun little game to kick off the season.
Yeah.
That's solid.
No, there's only, not 0 week. There's only 10 games that match Power 4 teams on the first week. But like most of them are either Saturday night, and one of them's Cal UCLA. And then Sunday, and I think there's one game on Labor Day on Monday.
Yeah, there's always one left over on Monday. And that's it.
On Sunday, there's 2 or 3, and there's one on,
this one came, but we used to do public shaming, but now my fantasy league is made up of all professionals, so the losers have to do an eating challenge. Last year was 6 hellacious hot wings. The year before, we forced the loser to eat at a truck stop egg salad sandwich. Even worse, we made him wait until 7 p.m. so the sandwich was at least 12 hours old.
That's just wrong.
I
don't want to make anybody sick.
No, but we've all had food poisoning, all right? It just happens sometimes, okay? Well, thanks for the fantasy football punishments. Those are fun to talk about. It is that time of year. Let's get into having a brief moment where I have quite enjoyed. It feels like the microscope is off of us.
Yes.
And it is on other people being stupid and doing bad things. For a brief moment, we have faded to the background in Portland, Oregon, USA, as Kevin Calabro would tell you.
Great.
And nobody's bitching about Tom Dundon and his cheapness. And
they've now started their work sessions.
Yes, we're working.
Glad to hear it.
We're sitting down
2 times a week on the books, scheduled. Let's go get to work and hammer this crap out.
Figure it out.
Hopefully, most of it's behind closed doors, because I think we've all agreed now. Okay, we saw enough.
Yeah.
You need to do all your sniping and stuff in a closed room. We don't need cameras.
Get Daddy Tom in there.
Like I said last week, the less you hear,
it's better.
And if it's all canned stuff, and cliches and you're not getting anything, it means they're getting stuff done.
Yes, and that's a really good sign. So, hey, we're not the focal point of the NBA national media right now.
Thank you.
You know why?
And it was Ballmer for a moment, and then Jeannie Buss said, "Hold my spritzer."
And they're saying, "Hold my spritzer" on both of these. So we talked about it on the show yesterday. It broke in the very back end of the show. ESPN had the report. I think Shams Charania had it. That they had found no proof that Ballmer did anything illicit in funneling money to Kawhi Leonard.
That means directly. Like, there was nothing they could find from Ballmer or directives or emails because Ballmer's a smart guy.
Yeah.
And he knows what the rules are.
Well, and on top of that, this is where it gets funny, is that about 2 hours later, an hour later, I can't remember exactly how long, the NBA came out and just tried to totally refute that report.
Well, they said, well, there's more to the story than that. So now they're trying to see
Nobody believes you, NBA.
How he...
Nobody believes you.
What was done there in introducing Kawhi to these other companies.
Yeah.
And
they're positioning themselves to try and pivot out of this because Adam Silver is a coward.
Do something, and I don't know.
He doesn't want a controversy on his hands. You're not going to nullify the trade of Kawhi Leonard in Toronto, and you're not going to significantly punish the richest owner in the NBA. Like, we all know how this is going to go. The NBA coming out and whoa, hold on. We're still no, you're not. We know how this is going to end. Mark my words.
Yeah.
Call me out if I'm wrong on that, but we know how that's going to end.
They're going to go back and they're going to redo how they distribute the draft lottery.
Yeah.
That's what they always do.
Yeah, let's go. That tanking. Look over here. No, Tom Dutton's cheap. Look over this way. And then the other one yesterday. This one is hilarious because it's somebody who's hated.
This is wild, and this isn't going away. This will not be swept under the rug.
And it also might impact your team. Are you ready for this? I mean, you can laugh at that all you want.
I know.
So the Lakers just sold to Mark Walter, who is the owner of the Dodgers, the primary owner of the Dodgers.
Right.
A little over a year ago. Oh my God, $10 billion, whatever the evaluation was. $10 billion. 12 months later, 16 months later, he then sells to Iger and Kushner, and we talked about that last week when it happened.
Right. So the valuation of the franchise, $12.5 billion.
So he already made a little bit of money. Now, the reason he is selling that, he had the majority percentage of the Lakers.
He's got some tax issues to.
Dude, he is under legitimate FBI investigation for some very serious wrongdoing.
Tax evasion.
He is now, by the way, added on top of that, he is one of the, I don't know what percentage, I don't follow European football, but he is one of the majority owners, I believe, of Chelsea, and he is selling those stakes as well.
Yeah.
Are you aware, by the way, this is not going to happen? But there is a provision in Shohei Ohtani's contract that if Mark Walter is not the owner of the Dodgers, he can opt out of his contract. It's not going to happen because he's got all that deferred money, and it's just they're about to change the way we can structure contracts and probably not allow the Shohei Ohtani deal anymore.
Probably.
So he's not going to opt out. But that is, it was a funny note that people who hate the Dodgers were bringing up last week. Could be a free agent. Where's he going to go? Yeah, he's not going to leave the Dodgers. He'll be all right.
Leaving that.
But Mark Walter is in some very serious hot water. Now, does it get all the way to impacting the Dodger ownership? I don't know. Somebody will jump in and buy that thing.
He's raising cash because there's probably some sort of.
He needs to be liquid. There's going to be some serious.
He's going to have to make some restitution. He'll avoid jail time.
Dude, go read through because rich people avoid jail time.
Yes.
Go read through though. Like it's some pretty gnarly stuff. What he's insider trading and access and making deals with companies that he owns that he doesn't. I don't know. It's all a lot of mumbo jumbo. But he's in some very big financial hot water. This is hilarious, though, because they bought Iger and Kushner reportedly were going to buy the final shares from the Buss family, which is about just shy of 18%.
17.8%.
And everybody ran with this and reported it. The Buss family is out of the Lakers. Oh, my God. Like, they had already sold the majority of it just because why not? It's $10 billion.
Didn't check with Jeannie, who's still the governor for the team.
And Jeannie said, not so fast. There is a court order from 2017 that says you cannot sell my shares without my vote and my approval, so all of this is null and void. You ain't getting out of this. The quote that everybody latched onto that is making people go like, sometimes we get too conspiratorial in the modern age. The initial Buss family quote when it was announced they were selling their shares before Jeannie responded was, I'm paraphrasing here because I didn't pull it up, but it's essentially like, we need to get out while we can. And everybody's like, what does that the hell does that mean? What? Get out while you can. Do you think you're just pulling a fast one on Jeannie? Is there some underbelly thing that you're concerned about with the future of the NBA?
I get the sense because we went through this because
she sued every single one of her siblings multiple times. Right. So this is a very contentious family.
Yes.
That doesn't. So maybe that's all it was, and people are reaching too much. To say you're selling 18% of your franchise to get out while you can.
Yeah.
Is making a lot of people go, especially when you have a franchise that just sold a year ago.
Yeah.
And just sold again and was flipped in a calendar year. Very, very strange day for the NBA yesterday.
Yeah.
And I'm just over here basking in the glory of, hey, it's not us.
Nope.
Although if Tom Dundon wants to flip the team to Phil Knight. If you could find a way to give me an extra 6 inches, I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
We're all for that.
Make it happen. Flip this thing, Tom. The NBA, never a day without drama. What a ridiculous league. Let's get to, you ready to dance on a grave? Let's dance on a grave. Next on The Fan. All right, welcome back in. We'll get to the cafe coming up top of the hour. Happy Tuesday, everybody. I'm Dirt. He's Swag. Sprague will be back tomorrow. One more show without him. He returns from vacation tomorrow. Get to a bit of news in a sport that I care deeply about here in a moment. But just wanted to read a couple thoughts. By the way, the mail sack is coming in hot and heavy. Dare I say, one of the best 6 a.m. mail sack runs we've ever been on. You guys deserve a round of applause. We will answer those coming up at 9 o'clock.
That's what we like. See, people are getting back. They can tell fall's coming, school's coming.
I can't wait till we start to get my. I love and despise simultaneously for anybody out there, if you are this person. We have a number of teachers who listen to the show.
Yes.
We love our teachers, and they usually send us a text sometime in the back end of June. Guys, thanks for the ride. I'll see you in September.
I'll see you in late August.
Because they're, you're not up, you're not leaving early, you're not going to school. And I get it, dude.
Look, if I had a 2-month summer vacation,
I'm not waking up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
I'm not waking up at 6.
Sure as hell ain't happening.
Early tea time.
Exactly. And I guarantee those are going to start rolling in this week of like, hey, guys, good to be back. I missed it the last couple of months. I just want you to know I love you and despise you at the same time because the summer off sounds great, but also you got to go through a lot as a teacher, and so you deserve the couple of months off. A thought on YouTube, somebody said the Bus siblings wanted to sell because they could sell at a valuation of $12.5 billion. They know they can't get a better deal than that. If I were them, I would sell at that price as well. I certainly understand the logic, I guess.
That's so fine. Jeannie just doesn't want to give up control.
But also, how can hold on. Quick challenge flag.
Yeah.
They just sold a year ago, and it was $10 billion. What did they just sell for? 12.5?
Yeah.
So how is that the best deal that they could get? You could sell your shares of the team at any time.
Yeah.
Do you think that the value of the Los Angeles Lakers is going to come down? Do you think the overall valuation of the franchise will decrease? Have we seen that in professional sports? I know that this is a historic number. We've never seen a team go for that amount. So maybe that's the queasiness of like, oh my God.
Paying a premium. I don't know that it'll jump significantly.
I'm not saying it's going to go up to $17 billion in 5 years. That's not the argument I'm making. I'm just simply making the argument, the idea that they can't get they literally just valued the franchise a little over a year ago at $10 billion, and now it's $12 billion.
The other thing is
it's not going down.
When things go up to this level, how many groups are there that can come in and cash out?
That's certainly fair, but I think it is
we're finding out how Dundon got into the Blazers.
It's a lot of people.
$4.5 billion, and
yes,
he had to
cobble it all together.
A lot of smoke and mirrors to make it happen.
Not very easy to do. We're also, it's a little bit different when you're the Los Angeles Lakers. That there are.
I'm sure that's probably mostly a cash deal.
Yeah,
as opposed
maybe it is.
to we'll take some payments or whatever.
Take the funding from the NBA or the financing from the NBA that the Blazers had to do. Anyway, I just saw that might be their thought of like, dude, this is $12 billion. How do we say no to this? And that is probably correct. They also hate Jeannie Buss. That's why they want to sell, because she sued them multiple times.
Yeah,
I'm just pushing back on the idea like we don't see sports franchises go down in value. Now you could say there is a slowdown in the increase of value.
Plateau, you're not getting much past there in the near future.
Dude, if the Lakers sell in 5 years, they're not going to sell for $8 billion. They're not coming down. They're the Los Angeles Lakers.
I would be shocked. Something significant would have to happen.
Also, an interesting side note on this, and then we'll get to dancing on a grave. The ownership turnover that Luka Doncic has gone through is bananas.
That's true.
Because he was in Dallas, Cuban sells, the family comes in, the Adelson family.
Yep.
The Nepo son-in-law trades him away in the middle of the night, doesn't tell anybody. So you went through an ownership change at the end of Dallas. The new owner sends you away. Then he comes to the Lakers. Mark Walter buys the Lakers, and now going into his third year or second and a half year, I guess, in Los Angeles, he's now going into a new owner again.
I need some cash.
Anywhoosies, let's get to this. This one's for you and me, Swag.
Okay.
Because I don't know if you saw this report last night. It is not official yet, but it is semi-official. Let's say this report is engaged. It's not married.
Okay.
And that report is that the upcoming Live Golf tournament in Indianapolis, one will be the last of their season. That is for certain.
So the team won in Michigan.
Did you see their post, by the way, as a league? They actually had to acknowledge this. They had Thomas Rhett, who's a pretty big country music name. He was coming to perform in Indianapolis this weekend.
Oh, yeah?
And they basically told him, we can't pay you anymore.
Exactly.
So they had to alert their fans of, like, if you paid to come to the Thomas Rhett concert, there will no longer be a Thomas Rhett concert. There's a ton of vendors who are owed anywhere from $100,000
that haven't been paid.
Not getting any money. The nail in the coffin, though, in the grave to dance on is the fact that the report last night from multiple outlets is that Jon Rahm has worked out an agreement with the PGA Tour.
Yeah.
Over the last couple of weeks. There was a report that came out. He was playing somewhere in New York with Jimmy Dunn, a couple of weeks ago, who's a big name behind the scenes in the PGA Tour. He is going to have to pay a $25 million fine, which will be donated to charity. He's going to have to do a Koepka-esque apology tour that will include denouncing his separation from Live Golf and the return to traditional golf. He will not be eligible for signature events unless he plays his way into them.
Correct.
He's not eligible for sponsors exemptions into those events.
Well, those are going away
in
anyway.
2 years, I think, right? Not next year, but the year after that, if I'm not wrong.
When the two-tier thing starts.
Yes, I think that's 2028.
There will not be sponsors exemptions for the
nor should there be.
Tier 1
nor should there
events.
Be. But anyway, the reason this is noteworthy is that he was really the only thing. Him and Bryson were the only things holding that league up. The league is already crumbling.
Bryson's going to go do his YouTube thing.
Have fun, dude. I'm so tired.
That won't last very long because once he sees everybody back in he loves competition.
Yes,
he really does.
I know that people don't like.
He can't fulfill it.
No, it's ridiculous. You can't play the 4 majors and do YouTube content year round and be an elite golfer. It just is not. You cannot operate that way. I know that not everybody's super into golf. Some people think we talk too much golf. Some people think we talk too little golf. Maybe that's me. This is noteworthy though. Like I've always tried to paint this in other sports. Like imagine you're a diehard. We're just talking about the NBA. You're a diehard NBA fan. You watch it religiously. You love the sport. The talent is better than it's ever been. And then the PIF fund in Saudi Arabia starts a Saudi Arabia basketball league. And now Steph Curry, Nikola Jokic, Joel Embiid, Kevin Durant, I don't know, go down the list, whoever else you want to throw in there, right? Like 10 more massive names in the NBA.
Right.
Anthony Edwards are all paid $200 million a year to go play basketball in a league that happens in the middle of the night that you're never going to watch nor care about.
Exactly.
And it waters down the product that you love and enjoy, which is the NBA because you've watched it your entire life.
Through it in complete turmoil.
Yes, and now it is all coming to an end. And I don't know if anybody's reputation was more wounded in the world of sports. Now, this is probably an aggressive statement, so somebody's going to immediately throw a name at me and be like, you're an idiot, Dirt. That's fine. Like the Jon Rahm stuff, he went from being this, the traditions of the tour, Seve played here, I want to be against the best, that's not real golf, none of this is, like, all that's stupid, I'm committed, to in the middle of the night showing up on Fox News with a black Letterman's jacket that said Live Golf and saying, I care about team golf and I want to grow the sport.
Care about money like everybody else.
Right, and that's, like he's going to end up being an ultimate winner in this case, financially speaking, because he's not going to see all of that money, but he saw a huge chunk of that money for a couple of years. And then he's coming back to the PGA Tour where the purses are going to go up and he's going to be able to cash in on that in 2 years. And so he's going to ultimately end up being great financially. From a reputation standpoint, I don't know if he's ever going to recover from it from diehard golf fans, that is.
Nope.
But without Jon Rahm, I mean, you were already standing on one toe, not even one leg, and now Jon Rahm's gone, and so good night, sweet prince. Live golf.
We'll see.
We barely knew you.
And we'll see where the guys go. Will they go to the DP World Tour? Will they come back to the Tier 2? Does Tier 2 knock out the Korn Ferry Tour? I'm very curious.
Yeah, a lot of stuff figured out
how the dominoes are going to fall.
Yeah. The Tara Hatton's reportedly trying to work out the same deal as Jon Rahm. Everybody's like, you haven't won a major, so I don't think that's going to happen.
I think he might have to go back to
go play on the DP World Tour for a year. Go play in Europe for a year and earn your way back to the PGA Tour.
What the PGA Tour and the DP World Tour, like, I think they need to hold a hard line, but it will also help them if they can get some of these guys that have been on Ryder Cups and President's Cup teams. It's
huge, man, for the sport
at least
of golf.
A season or two to go back and have them, be at some of these events. Draw some eyeballs to them.
My enjoyment of golf, I love golf. I love watching golf. I get to this time of year and I'm like, all right, it's football season. They need to rework their end of the year tournaments, and that's a whole different conversation.
Yeah.
I will admit that there are times watching normal, random, like just run-of-the-mill, fill-in-the-blank tournaments where my enjoyment and excitement as a fan has diminished. I don't know what percentage I would put on that, 5%, 10%, 15%. But you went from having all of the best players in the world playing against each other every single week to having all the best players in the world play against each other 4 times a year.
Exactly.
And then maybe a Ryder Cup, which is always fun. But it has not been the same the last couple of years. And so I still love the sport. But this is this is long overdue.
They're going to do some things. I think they're going to redo the season end thing. They're talking about the Tour Championship, moving it around like the U.S. Open.
As they should.
And the PGA Championship. Yeah. And I think that would be great. There's so many wonderful golf courses all over the country and
that you could
different
go play
spots.
At. Yeah. Take it to different cities,
and
grow the game.
If you wanted to come to the Pacific Northwest or somewhere, if your tournament is at the end of August and you don't want to be down in the South where it's humid as all get
Chambers
out.
Bay, hello.
That's your opportunity to get it out here somewhere close.
Yeah. Give me another tournament at Chambers Bay. Getting to play that, the greens are much better.
Exactly.
I would be all about it.
That's going to help the chances of having something back here in the Pacific Northwest.
Look, you're not often right, or not. I mean, sometimes you miss things in this industry, right? The idea of a league spending hundreds of millions of dollars year in and year out without ever being able to turn a profit because they were never going to turn it was never going to be bigger than the PGA Tour. It was never going to financially work.
Trying to buy its way and force its way into the PGA Tour, and they're like, okay, we'll do this. We're going to be so they have to deal with us,
right? And now the PGA Tour ended up winning this entire thing because remember there was the reported merger a couple of years ago that never fully happened.
Couldn't happen,
and they now they are the clear-cut winner of this. So Live Golf's coming to an end. John Rahm reportedly back to the PGA Tour. Let's dance on the grave of Live Golf and your stupid shorts and your loud music. And nobody cares about team golf unless it's the Ryder Cup. Thank you very much. Lots to get to in hour number 2. We will revisit the AP poll. I got some leftovers that it took me a little, a couple hours to digest. The poll came out. I'll give you some of those odds and ends from the AP poll. Also, a couple of random factoids that leave me discouraged about the start of the season, and I will explain that. But we go to the cafe to start the 7 a.m. hour as we always do next on The Fan.
Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the Oregon Ducks come in number 2 in the AP preseason college top 25 poll, their highest preseason ranking ever. They are just behind Ohio State. Behind them is Georgia, Notre Dame, and Texas. There are 9 SEC teams and 8 Big Ten teams in the original poll. No teams of the group of 6 making the initial poll. Oregon State Beavers announced they are moving the date of their game against BYU next football season to week 0. They'll open up August 28th in Provo. OSU also has games scheduled against Portland State, New Mexico, and Ole Miss next season. The reported sale of the LA Lakers to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner is being held up by current governor of the team, Jeannie Buss, who is contesting the sale of the Buss family's 17.8% stake in the franchise. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is
Keep up the request, guys.
Hey, welcome back in. Hour number 2. Dirt and Sprague, your Portland sports leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday to you. Don't forget, coming up about 2 hours from now, we got the mail sack. It is a mail sack, Sparta TRT mail sack Tuesday.
Yes. Time to crank up the tea. Football season's almost here.
It is tea time, baby. It is tea time. I'm already planning out my week 0 meal. What do I want to make? How's it going to look? It's not even that good of a slate, but I don't care, man. I do not care. I got to go to a baby shower this weekend, albeit for my own baby, but I have to go to that. And the Saturday, the wife's going to be gone planning stuff, so I got to watch kiddo most of the day. It's
yeah,
like,
week
all right,
0, that's...
week 0, you're paying it back to me. It's week 0.
That's true.
Right?
Next week, Hop's final week-long homestand.
It's almost done, man. It's almost over.
So, that'll be busy.
Yeah.
I'll be grabbing something.
Grab and go for week 0, but that's all right. I'm going to slow cook something. We'll figure it out. Lots to get to in this hour of radio. Welcome in to the cafe, everybody. Hope your mornings are off to a good start.
Looks like a line. I wanted to grab a seat.
Oh, yeah, there's a table over here. We're ready for you. Don't you worry about it. We're just going to go with the hearty American traditional breakfast today. Some scrambled eggs, a couple of pieces of toast, some bacon, some sausage.
Some hash browns.
Some hash browns. How's that sound to you?
There
Keep it simple. Throw a little
that.
Tabasco on there, a little salt and pepper on there, mix it all together. I'm a happy man. That's all I need. So we're going to keep it simple today. That's how we're going to roll. Hold on. I got to find my page here. Here we go.
Order up. High fly ball. That's to right. That's back. That is gone. Ball game. PCA walks it off in the 10th. And the Cubs knock out the Sox in 10.
Pete Crow Armstrong last night. That's John Shambi on the Marquee Network hit a walk-off home run. I believe I read he became the 7th player all time to hit a leadoff home run to open the game and a walk-off home run in the same game. I think the list was 7.
I think he's going to be your National League MVP.
You think PCA is going to win the National League MVP this year?
I believe so.
It was a pretty cool highlight. Also, the tongue-in-cheek nature of the John Shambi call there. If you did not see, they're playing the White Sox. It's a crosstown rival. And there was a massive brawl in the bleachers at Wrigley Field last night. They were throwing haymakers at each other. That stuff, people were filming it from different angles, and so that went viral on social media last night. And so his little tongue-in-cheek knock out the White Sox and knock them out, win the game. Pete Crow Armstrong is having a terrific year. He's also a funny player in terms of, I feel like as somebody who doesn't watch the Cubs closely, I see highlights of him doing this, and you're like, oh my God, he's an incredible player. And then, like, once every other week, he has a low light where he just loses track of a fly ball or he doesn't know how to run the bases and he does something really stupid and then fans kind of boo him. And then he hits a walk-off home run and he's back. But to your point, probably the favorite right now to win the National League MVP. What are the odds on that market right now?
Ooh, let's go.
Is he legitimately the favorite or is there good value on it?
Be futures.
Yeah, what is
awards. He's the favorite. No, Shohei is now
still
a
the
slight favorite, minus 105.
He also hit a home run last night.
He hit 2
home runs. Thank you.
Minus 115 on Pete Crow Armstrong. No, there was the series a couple of weeks ago where the Cubs handled the Doyers.
Yeah.
And he actually, in doing so, became the favorite over Shohei for the first time
for a brief
all
moment.
season.
Yeah.
So it's going to be neck and neck. It depends. If the Dodgers get Shohei back pitching this year and he does some things pitching, that might put him over the top.
Yeah.
But Pete Crow Armstrong's been far more clutch for the Cubs than Shohei has been clutch for the Dodgers this season.
He's having an awesome year, man. He's having an awesome year. He is.
It's over in the American League. Jordan Alvarez is winning that award,
he's
and
carrying
it's
them
not
single-handedly.
close.
281, 30 home runs, 78 RBIs.
He's
for PCA.
in line for a triple crown.
PCA is?
No.
Or Jordan, okay.
Alvarez.
Look, this is the time of year where I've totally tuned out of baseball.
Well,
Now we start tuning back
PCA
in.
30-30. It's like him and Sammy are the only guys that have done 30-30 seasons with the Cubs.
It's pretty remarkable, and it's back-to-back years for him, if I'm not wrong. I think he did one last year.
Yeah.
Cool little highlight last night. The Cubs went in a walk-off. I also, in just looking that up and sending that to you to poll, I took a quick gander, and if you would have asked me, I would not have been able to tell you. I did not realize that the Chicago White Sox were in first place.
Yeah. It's like the first time in
by 4.5
nearly
games.
20 years that the two teams have met after the All-Star break,
And
and
being
they've
in
both been
first
over
place.
500.
Both over 500?
Yeah.
Holy hell. I guess that makes sense because there's been differing versions of tanking teams on both sides of it. The White Sox being in first place literally blew my mind. I know that they've been better this year and respectable.
Well, also the AL Central isn't.
I mean, it sucks. The Tigers are 3 games below 500. The AL West and AL Central.
The Orioles right now, I think, are 4 games under 500 in the third wild card slot.
They are 14.5 games out of their division.
How you feeling, Mariner fans? You're still 2.5 back of that.
This is one of the. I get why we have divisions. You have to have scheduling
Is it too
purposes.
early to needle Mariner fans?
It's never too early.
Okay.
I enjoy it at
Just
any time of the day. Divisions are so ridiculous in cases like this. Of the second place team in the AL Central is the Tigers. They're 61 and 64. The second place team in the AL West is the Rangers. They're 61 and 64. And both of those teams are mathematically alive in their division chase and could get to the playoffs. It's absolutely ludicrous.
Mariners are at the
But I
Brewers,
digress.
the best record in all of baseball here for the next 3 days.
Now, they should not get the Miz, right? Because he just threw in L.A.,
No, they
so I'd
skipped
imagine
the Miz.
he's not going to
Today
throw
they
in that
get,
series.
Let me find it here for you. Kyle Harrison, who's had a fine season.
Yeah, it's the guy we traded for Rafael Devers. That's really cool.
They get the Dustin May, former Dodger.
Dustin May's a Brewer now, huh?
So he was a deadline. Yeah, he started the season with the Cardinals, and then they dealt him at the deadline. So that's Wednesday, and then Thursday is a matinee, and that will be George Kirby and Robert Gasser.
Okay. Well, one other baseball note, because my team's not worth talking about. Did you see who we're calling up? Have you seen a picture of this guy?
No.
So we're calling up a relief pitcher we got at a trade earlier this year. I think it was the Patrick Bailey trade to Cleveland. His nickname is Tugboat. Now, you imagine if you got a nickname Tugboat, where's your head going?
Exactly.
He weighs 275 pounds. He legitimately looks like a right guard.
Wow.
And I got to tell you, it's probably the most exciting thing my team's done in quite some time.
How did you get these guys so, this is such a, hungry-ass team. We were still hungry after the first one, but you still felt like this dude got paid, this dude's starting to feel himself, this dude's pissed off, he's not getting enough money. You don't feel nothing here but grind, work.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just like what we do, you know?
But that's easier said than done.
Well, I think, you guys were tight, but you were, edgy.
Yeah.
We have, edge, but we were, I don't know. It's like a different dynamic of team.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So that is an early clip from what will be tonight's episode, right? It didn't come out last night. I think it's every
tonight.
Tuesday night. I thought it was tonight. Of Richard Sherman, who showed up to Seahawks training camp and was walking around talking with Mike McDonald. That quote of him said, I don't know. It's almost the perfect quote of him where he's equal parts captivating and just it's an enigma.
Unassuming.
And very unassuming and boring at times.
Well, I think I think because it's just the culture he laid when he.
Yeah,
it's like
this
we
is what we do.
We didn't do anything. There's no special sauce here.
No.
We've been careful about guys we've selected, not only from a talent standpoint, from a culture standpoint, and we've cultivated this now for a few seasons. So this is just who we are, rather than there wasn't some magic epiphany that we.
Something I've always thought
snap
about.
Your fingers is like,
Yeah.
The one thing you figure out the one thing, and
right. Yeah, there's not some. Yeah, I'm with you there, and I think that's why he answered.
And so that's why I think he didn't know how to articulate. He's like,
I also love the polite way in which he tried to say, "Yeah, you guys kind of low key hated each other."
Well,
that's
they also
why
didn't have a polarizing quarterback like Russell Wilson that made people.
People didn't like him in that locker room.
Darnold is one of the dudes.
Dude,
that's the one. He's one of the guys.
There was an interview. Marshawn Lynch just did an interview. I actually shouldn't say just. I don't know when it happened, but I saw clips of it recently. He did Shannon Sharp's podcast, I think it was, and he was talking about Russell Wilson early in the Seattle days, and he said when they drafted Russell Wilson and fall camp started, they all kind of knew, like, this guy's probably going to be the starter.
Yeah.
This is going in the right direction.
You get that sense. It's like, oh, this guy's got command.
He's got command. He's playing well. Like, okay, this is going good. He's going to be the starter.
Sling the ball.
And Marshawn said at that moment, going into his rookie year, he reached out to somebody from the I don't know why he couldn't just do this in the locker room. It kind of sums up why this was all complicated.
Well,
and
Marshawn's a weird dude anyway.
He's a very weird dude, but he said, look, I'm your running back. You're going to lean on me a ton. I'm kind of the focal point of the offense because I believe the year before, the whole Medee game was without Russell Wilson, if I'm not wrong, right? That was before Russell Wilson got there, I think.
Yeah.
When they won the wild card game as a below 500 team, and then Wilson got there. Anyways, he said that he had to reach out to somebody from the team to get Russell Wilson's phone number. He then sent him, he either called him or texted him and gave him a like, hey, man, I just want to let you know, Rook, welcome to the team. I'm here if you need anything. You and I are going to work together. Like, I'm here for you. Basically, just like, I'm a vet on the team. You're a rookie. Welcome to the team. Let me know if I can help. And he said he got a phone call back from a blocked number. And that Russell Wilson returned to the phone call. And Marshawn didn't answer it at the first because it just shows up as a blocked number. And he reached out to the person at the team and said, hey, Russ never got back to me. Did you give me the right number? And the person said, oh, no, that was Russ. He was calling you back. He was calling him back from a blocked phone number. And it just, that in a nutshell explains the difference between the two sides. And I certainly, Russell Wilson was good for that team. I've always wondered from the outside looking in of where that would have gone had they had a quarterback that was beloved by his teammates. Had you Sam Darnold is that in that locker room. Yeah. And you watch him walking around.
He's one of the dudes.
The culture is great. There was another clip that went viral. I didn't pull it, but Witherspoon obviously just got paid. And they put out a clip of him walking into the locker room the first day or the first moment after the announcement was made of the contract. Everybody's giving him high fives and celebrating and all that stuff.
There might be a joke is like you got the next dinner
or
something
dinner's
like
on
that.
You. Yeah.
But that's as far as that goes.
Right. There's a good camaraderie there, and I think a lot of it stems from you don't have Russell Wilson at quarterback. We were just talking about this, but here's an in-depth explanation of how chaotic this entire thing is.
This has really been a family drama since Dr. Buss passed away in 2013. In 2017, there was a court order after the older brothers, that's Johnny and Jimmy, tried to stage a coup to get Jeannie out as the controlling owner and take control of the family trust. There's a court order that said there's 3 new trustees, and it's Janie, that's the sister, that's her younger sister, and Joey, who is one of the younger brothers. And that order says you can't sell the team without the approval of all 3 of those. And she's the head of the board of directors. And so her lawyer today has invoked that order. Now, from what I can tell you, 3 of these siblings got fired back in November, and they were not happy about it. There was a vote about 3-4 months ago, I heard in April, and they only had 3 votes at that point. But after the sale that Mark Walter did with Josh Kushner and with Bob Iger last week, this had already been kind of discussed on the table. They got 2 more votes, and now they have 5. And so they believe that they are allowed to sell even without her because of what's called a tag-along provision that was part of the sale to Mark Walter, which is, hey, if Mark Walter ever sells, we can tag along with whatever valuation he gets. So he got 12.5. We're deciding to tag along with that sale, and they believe they have the votes to do that. And so guess where this ends up? Amongst the lawyers and in court, and it's really just over the 17.8% that the Buss family controls. But the most important part of that 17.8% is that she has control and the controlling ownership of the Lakers for the next 4 years as part of her agreement with Mark Walters. So that's really what's on the table here.
Yeah, the chaos of family drama and ownership. This would be the biggest concern I would have if you ever got to that point of an evil billionaire owning a franchise and you want to pass it down to your kids. Thinking about them fighting over that asset. When you see the families that are able to work together and kind of make it work, it's inspiring. Of like, dude, this is a once in
for all the nonsense of Jerry Jones.
Yeah,
and he's worked his. I
don't see that happening in Dallas. The kids are all working there.
They all work together. They all have a different role.
Who will be the governor? It'll be Stephen, right?
I believe
Stephen.
so.
Yeah. He seems to be the most in the forefront. I did watch the Cowboy documentary on Netflix, and it was a lot of Jerry Jones fluff, like as we can imagine. But yeah, it was interesting to get to know like the backstory. His daughter works there and does a ton of stuff.
Yeah,
he wanted the whole family to work together.
Does a lot of the community outreach and
ton of that stuff,
PR and marketing, all that.
They're all over the Cowboy organization. But look, the Lakers are going to be fine because of the Lakers. None of this is that big of a deal.
But families with lawyers,
they're haggling.
Yeah.
They're haggling right now. Let's see here. We got time for 2 more, I think. Order up! This one does not include audio, but I did want to bring it up because I think it's an example of sometimes I'm sure the money is nice, but is it in the best interest of your sport? I personally think the NBA is going through this right now. The idea of putting weekday games on a streaming platform has never, like, outside of the NFL, I just have a hard time seeing that be a thing that grows the sport in the long term. Now, the NBA is an extreme case of this because they got games on Amazon every week. And for people who like to flip around and watch TV normally, you're now asking me to open up a secondary app and essentially go straight to that app just to watch that game, right?
Yep.
And Amazon's paying you a lot of money, so financially it's good for your league. From a viewership and growing the sport standpoint, I don't think it's that good, right?
No.
So that's where there's a yin and yang.
That's why I think the MLS whiffed with the Apple.
Without a doubt they did.
Allow your local teams to keep a local separate
TV
deal.
You have to have a local TV deal involved so people in your market can watch the team and get involved with it.
There's some things that you need to trip over when you're channel surfing.
Thank you.
On whatever platform you're on.
Another example of that is a property for Major League Baseball that was very profitable and included some very high ratings, and considering it's a regular season game. And they cratered. So this year...
Oh, the Field of Dreams game?
The Field of Dreams game just happened. Was that last Wednesday, I think it was? Last Thursday, thank you. I pointed out and bemoaned the fact that this is the first full slate of preseason football. Why would you not put this on a different night? It's also now on Netflix. It's not on Fox. It had been on
Twins
Fox.
and Phillies, I think it was.
Now, the game sucked. It was 7-1, but Schwarber hit a leadoff bomb.
Hit a couple into the cornfield.
They had a lot of Hall of Famers there walking out of the corn. It was a whole thing, right? And in the ratings, they came out. So the first time they did it, it got well over 5 million. It was a massive coup for baseball.
Well, and that was the first time
novelty,
thing,
all
and
that.
The White Sox, and they made a whole.
It was a huge deal, right? The last one that they had on Fox reported well over 3.1 million viewers, which for a regular season baseball game is amazing, right? The numbers at this event. Where did it go? Yeah. Was down basically just barely north of 1 million viewers.
Yeah.
So they were cut in third. Now, it was a blowout game. They decided for whatever reason to schedule it against the start of the NFL preseason. And it's an example of, I'm sure Netflix paid a pretty penny for this. This is where the other leagues...
This is where there's something exposure over the bottom line.
Yes.
And for these signature things...
You cannot look at the NFL and say, well, they do it, because you're not the NFL.
No, the
people
NFL's
will go
different.
buy Peacock to watch a playoff game because we're sickos. We got a problem.
Yeah.
You're not doing that for a regular season basketball game.
Nope.
Or the Field of Dreams game has been fun, and I've enjoyed it. But
what did the home run derby end up doing?
It was horrible, I think, in terms of years previous.
Because was that Prime Video or Netflix?
That was Netflix.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there wasn't anything wrong with the production. I thought that I think they had too many people.
Yes.
But
not as big of a drop as I thought. Right around 5 million. The average from years previous was they lost about 1 million viewers.
Okay.
About 1 million shorter.
Yeah.
And I would argue that the format that they came up with this year was more compelling
format was
and interesting
better.
than what it had been in years
past. It was well
past.
produced.
Yeah.
You had too many people, and you didn't need all the people that you needed, and the Will Ferrell thing was not necessary. But
yeah. Overall household television metrics dipped. It was a 23-year low for the home run derby. Because it's just not. I'm not going out of my way to go open a street because I'm flipping around.
Plus, Major League. I know you're trying to get to a younger demographic.
Yeah.
But you can't alienate your older demographic that pays your bills.
Yeah. It's just it's a weird conundrum that other leagues, other than the NFL, can do whatever they want, dude.
Yeah.
They could put a game on PBS.
And the biggest thing, all these sports need to
it.
figure out, and I wonder, and the stupid FCC blackout rules and all that other nonsense, if you buy the season package, like I'm paying for extra innings or league pass or Sunday ticket or whatever, that supersedes everything else. Because as a percentage of the total viewers, I don't think it's that much of a significant percentage that it affects. And I don't know who you're protecting with the blackout. Like if you get in there, you watch anything, there's no more, doesn't matter if it's a one-off, the Sunday Night Football, what you get everything.
Yeah.
If you're going to pay the premium.
Let me get all the content.
Just one spot I'm watching. And then after that, if you divvy it all up, then whatever.
Right. It's a weird conundrum to be in. Good money, bad ratings. The Field of Dreams game from last week. I don't know if anybody out there watched it. I turned it on at the start just to see what it looked like, and it was the novelty of it was cool for a second. Then I'm like, all right, back to football. So maybe all of you were the same as well. There is your cafe. Tip your servers. Thank you, everybody, for coming to my breakfast joint. Got some bits of audio we did not play there that we'll kick down to later in the show. A couple of NFL storylines that are coming into the start of the season. Let's dive back, though, into something from yesterday. The AP poll, some odds and ends, and something happening in this conference for the first time in a very long time. We'll explain. And also, how does it diminish the start of the season? We'll tell you about that as well. So a little college football talk next on The Fan.
Time to open the door to the Blazers. This is the Blazers Report, brought to you by Ponderosa Garage Doors, Portland's repair and installation experts.
And I know darn well that this is a good deal for us to stay focused on and leverage the purse and have the state, the county, and the city come together to improve our most precious asset at the Rose Garden Arena.
Ryan and others.
Hey, Ray Gazaway slipping in there. I like that. Our guy Ray Gazaway yesterday on K2 talked to Dan Ryan as the first behind closed doors negotiation started between the city and the Blazers. Are going to meet twice a week for as long as it takes in order to get a deal done. I remain optimistic that they ultimately will find a way to get that deal done, and shout out to Dan Ryan for being a proponent of this from day one. He's been awesome. Blazer Report brought to you by Ponderosa Garage Doors, where they are taking service to new heights. Call Ponderosa today or visit them at ponderosagaragedoors.com.
Suk here with the Garage Door Dad.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the Oregon Ducks start the college football season, the number 2 AP ranked team in the country, their highest preseason ranking ever. Ohio State in front of them, Georgia, Notre Dame, Texas behind them, 9 SEC teams, 8 Big Ten teams, and no teams outside the Power 4 conferences make up the initial poll. The Oregon State Beavers announcing they will move the date of their game against BYU in 2027 to Week 0, opening up the season next year, August 28th in Provo. Also on the non-conference slate, games against Portland State, New Mexico, and Ole Miss. From the NFL, the Colts agreeing to a one-year deal with veteran wide receiver Keenan Allen. Could be worth up to $8.3 million with incentives. Allen currently 13th all-time in the NFL for receptions. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
All right, welcome back in. 7:30 on your Tuesday morning. Don't forget, we got the mail sack coming up, so get your questions in to the fan text line. We'll do that coming up in the final hour of the show.
Mail sack.
It's a good-looking sack today, man. Good-looking sack. 503-864-6326. Keep them coming, and we will answer them at 9 o'clock this morning. We got some NFL stuff coming up in the next hour of the show, and some injury news on guys, contracts getting handed out, and a big year for one quarterback and coach. And we'll talk all about all of that coming up at the top of the hour. But yesterday, in the final hour of the show, we got the release of the AP poll. It happened at 9 a.m. Love a good AP poll release. Gives us something to talk about, something to chew on. I'm all for it. I'm not anti-preseason polls. I just think we need context behind them. I'm going to throw some odds and ends at you because I did as I'm digging through this. I'm like, man, this is, some interesting stuff in this. You have been hinting at one in your, telling us about one in your updates. Oregon has never started the season ranked higher than this.
No, they were 3. Was it a couple years ago?
A couple of years ago, they were number 3. They've had
maybe last year. I don't know.
Maybe the Mariota year, potentially.
Yeah.
They've had some years being ranked number 3. Last year, they weren't 3. They were a little bit lower than that.
Oh,
some
that's
questions
right.
coming into the year.
Yeah.
Might have been the Gabriel year, though, where they went undefeated and then damn
That's
near
true.
lost to Idaho in week 1. So you never know what's going to happen. So Oregon has never started this high in the preseason AP poll. They've never been the preseason AP number 1 team. So it's the last one for them to accomplish. This is the first time since 2015. That was 11 years ago, 2015, that there has not been a single SEC team to get a first-place vote in the poll.
That's what caught my eye when it first came out yesterday.
Not a single one, man. I scrolled through, by the way, the Reddit college football page, if you follow that on social media, they put out the voter by voter breakdown graphic of it. It is now out. You can go see it.
All right.
Brenna Green is our local representative.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody else locally votes. That was the only name I recognized on the list.
There might be sometimes somebody from Eugene.
Yeah, maybe
guard.
Could be. I know John Wilner still has a first. He just has a Pac-12 logo next to his name. He doesn't cover a team specifically. So he's in there. John Wilner's in there. Anyways, no SEC team's got a first-place vote. That has not happened since 2015.
I think that's because most people can't decide who the best team in the SEC is because there's not one that appears to be head and shoulders above everybody else. They're all good.
They're all good.
They're all, there's 4 or 5 teams that are all stacked and have great rosters, but are they that much better than LSU, Georgia, Tennessee,
to go
Texas,
team by team,
Oklahoma?
It's tough.
Okay.
So to add on top of that, the Big Ten is dominating the sport right now. They've won 3 straight national championships as a conference. This is the first time the Big Ten has had the preseason number 1 and number 2 team in the AP poll since 1961. That was Iowa and Ohio State with 1 and 2.
I was going to say, well, it was either Ohio State and Michigan in there, maybe both of them.
Yeah, right. Since
Iowa.
1961.
Was Kirk Ferentz coaching?
Probably. He was probably an assistant. Maybe he was playing at Iowa in 1961. Probably on the roster as a secondary guy.
He's the punter.
He was the guy getting the punts in. Number 1 and number 2, they've been 2 and 3 in each of the last 3 preseason polls, so they just slid up a slot. They've been close. Just kind of a random oddity. Last year, and this is kind of a lingering question that I have, that I'm curious where people are at. Like, Indiana is still in the process of breaking my brain over what they did last season. Them being, it's just like, I know that they won the title. There's still an aspect of like, Indiana. It's just weird. It's hard to wrap your hands around. Right? It's one of the best coaching jobs we've ever seen. As much as I bemoan his non-conference scheduling philosophies and don't like the arrogance involved in that, nobody has anything to take away from Curt Cignetti as a coach. They entered the season preseason ranked number 20 in the preseason poll last year. Indiana did.
Correct.
They then went on to go, obviously, 16-0 and win the national championship. In the college football playoff era, so that started in 2014 when we went to the playoff, there has only been one team, and they are the only one, to start the season outside of the top 6 to win a national championship. Now, this year might be a little bit different because I think people look at, we do this with like quarterback tiers in the NFL, where like the top 7 teams kind of look like, you can interchange any of them in any spot. Do we feel like as time goes on, Indiana will be the outlier or they will be the rule? Because for now, they are an outlier. That's only happened one time where a team outside of the top 6 has won a national championship from the preseason poll. So we can laugh at preseason polls all we want.
Well, I think if you expand the playoff group,
you think it'll lead to more Indianas or less Indianas?
Well, Indiana's different because that was more we don't trust yet. Are they a one-year wonder or whatever? But by expanding it, you create more opportunities for there to be weird upsets when you get to the playoff, if there's key injuries. And so, because before you had to get into the top 4, and the only way you get up there is to start near there.
Had to be 11-1 or 12-0.
So you go to 16 or 20 or 24 teams, the probability for chaos when you get to the playoff is higher. I don't know how high it is, but it is higher.
Yeah, I agree with
that.
that.
So you are more likely to see a team that might start, 8th or 10th or 12th based on, okay, they're on this side of the bracket. Oh, the number 1 seed just got knocked out. Now they got they dodged a bullet, that sort of thing.
It's an easier game, easier pathway. I totally understand that logic. The other side of the coin for me, too, would just simply be, in a format where it's 4, now you had a much to your point, a more difficult pathway to get into the top 4, but you also only had to win 2 games against elite teams.
Right.
Now, if you expand it, elite is too loose of a word to use for teams who were like 8-4 getting in as the 20 seed. That's not the argument I'm making, but you do have to win more games on your way to get there. You have to play more games.
There's more potential for injuries to key players.
To your own team, right? It just, to me, in that way, it's challenging.
Crap happens. Weather at that time of year could factor into it. There's more opportunity for randomness to occur than with a limited field.
It's just it's a thing that I'm keeping an eye on, not necessarily just the ranking, although I did find that stat interesting where we poo-poo preseason rankings, and then until last year, every year of the CFP era, a team in the top 6 in the preseason won the national championship. So
as you continue to see recruiting and the distribution of top talent get spread out with NIL, and you see that's what we see now with Georgia and Alabama, you can't stack 5-star after 5-star after 5-star. Okay, my junior 5-star gets hurt. I have a freshman 5-star who's now learning on the job, but he is going to be an NFL player. Just going to take him a little. That doesn't occur anymore.
Not as much as it used to, man. Yeah, not as much as it used to. So Indiana, the only team to start the season outside of the top 6 and win the national championship. They did it last year. This year they are in the top 6. So if they do that, they will not be a candidate of that as well. If you're looking for a reason to feel optimistic about Ohio State not winning the national title, which I'm sure most people probably root against Ohio State in this neck of the woods. Every time that they have been ranked number 1 in the AP preseason poll, it has happened 8 other times. This is the 9th time. They have never won the national championship in one of those seasons. So they are 0 for 8 in seasons ranked preseason number 1. So if you're looking for something to be optimistic about. Also, how the mighty have fallen. Remember that era of college football where I want to say we had like a almost 3 or 4 year stretch where it was Alabama or Clemson in the title game every year.
Yes.
And the Dabo and the Nick Saban eras. Dabo's still there. Alabama is starting the season ranked 13th in the AP poll. That snaps a 17-year streak of them being in the preseason top 10. That is the second longest streak in poll history. So the first time it's in 17 years that they have been ranked outside of the top 10 in the preseason poll. And how about this one? One more for you. Although I'm hearing some scuttlebutt, the people down there are feeling encouraged about this year's team. We'll wait and see on that front. This is the first time since 2011. What were you doing in 2011? You're probably still producing primetime, right? Yeah. Well, not this show. Were you doing primetime in 2011? Or were you off of primetime by then? Were you doing the morning run?
I can't remember when we started
when the
splitting
change
things up.
happened and all that. This is the first time since 2011 that Clemson is unranked in the preseason poll. Has not happened since 2011. So just some random odds and ends to throw at you that I had to was digesting a lot of news bits yesterday on the AP poll. I love it. It means college football is almost
And
here.
again, no group of 6 teams are in the top 25.
Not a single one, man. Not a single one. Boise State is the closest, and that's who Oregon plays to open their season. And that will connect to what I want to get to next. I had an Oregon State thing and a Pac-12 thing. I'm gonna boot that down just a hair. We'll get to that in the next hour of the show because there's one more angle of this. I ran about this quite often, and I thought, again, with the poll coming out yesterday and the way the season begins, it's kind of on display of an area that it needs an overhaul desperately. And I'll explain what that is. We'll get to it. A little more college football next. 105.1 FM The Fan. Well, they keep coming in. The fantasy football punishments, it's been a bit of a theme of the show today. We opened the show talking about that, the very hungry caterpillar one that went viral yesterday. I just saw another one where the loser of the league had to run a 5K while wearing a suit. Yeah. Look, I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm the most in shape individual. The only question I would have in this regard would be, what shoes am I wearing?
Yeah, it's all about the shoes.
If I'm wearing dress shoes, that's a pain in the absolute butt.
Yeah.
If you get to wear a suit with like a pair of Nikes,
Well, I think there's things like you could wear, because they have like the dress sneakers now.
There's dress sneakers.
You could probably find a way to find a happy medium and not kill your feet. I'm not wearing wingtips doing it.
Right? Like, that's when that becomes a difficult challenge. It does not say anything about the shoes. I'm just watching the video of the guy.
Screw up, my hips or my back.
For fantasy football. Where did this one go? Somebody texted one. The listeners who jump in late because they're doing podcast listeners, or you're just waking up. Good morning to you all. Hello, everybody. Most successful punishment we did for fantasy was a loser received 2 Nickelback shirts and had to wear them for the entire week while we were in Vegas. That doesn't even sound like a punishment. Sounds like a good time. I just wear one occasionally just to keep myself, make sure you're staying tight.
Fantastic.
A little more college football for you that I was noodling on. And you mentioned something earlier in the show. It was funny. I actually had it in my notes today because I know I'm a bit of a broken record on this topic, but it's a big frustration of mine because I'm a huge college football guy. I love college football. I have a personal relationship with the sport from my time at Oregon, right? I've been going to games since I was a kid. The NFL will always be the NFL and hold a near and dear place to my heart, but I don't have a very... I don't have that close of in terms of the way I do with college. I don't have that same level of relationship with it because we don't have a team here. And I've been to NFL games before. I've been to a game in Seattle. I've been to a game in Carolina. So I've been to a couple of NFL games.
NFL game, you're going for the game. If you go to college football, you want to get there early. It's
an environment,
day,
right? And you can do that in the NFL if you want.
And what's the tailgate like? Yeah. And the bands and the whole everything.
There's something about it that makes
a little more camaraderie. Like, people will needle you. Like, if you're going with your team to watch at an opposing venue, most places they'll tease you.
Yeah,
but they're accommodating, and you say, hey, what do I need to take in or whatever. They want to show off their piece of the pageantry to you.
Without a doubt, because everybody's got something unique and different.
They just hate each other.
Yeah, that is certainly true. So as somebody who loves the sport, I always bemoan the way that it begins. And this will be an example. We'll probably talk about this a ton next week. The season essentially begins a week from Saturday. But it's a week where not everybody plays. You only have a small number of games. The first game of the season is in Ireland, an American sport opening their season in Ireland, when we should be playing this on college campuses. If that game's at TCU and they're heckling Bill Belichick, like...
Second game of the NFL season's in Australia.
Again, it's a corporate thing. I get the NFL and why they want to do it. It's stupid that they do it, but I get why this is college football, man. Are people in Ireland going to enroll at TCU now because TCU's playing there? No, but people might watch the NFL in Australia because they're going there, and that's what the NFL cares about. To me, they're very different things. And I think that's a really dumb way to start your season. Put me on a campus with a passionate fan base.
Right.
Everybody's yelling. I turn it on. There's a great atmosphere. That's what makes college football special. And when you play the game, the first one of the year in Ireland, you lose all of that. And so it's a really dumb way to start. But one of the other things, and I ranted yesterday about Curt Cignetti and his comments, and he's an example of this, of a guy who just, why SEC doesn't do it, why would I do it? Come play here twice, and we'll come to your place once. I'm not doing this. Do you know, and you hinted at this, how many, according to the preseason AP poll, now this could change, right? Like, if you tell me by the end of the year that Boise State's ranked in the top 25 and the Oregon-Boise game is technically a top 25 game, would not surprise me in the least. We only have on paper right now, in week 1, week 0 and week 1, if you combine the two, there was one ranked matchup in the opening 2 weeks of the season, and it is Ole Miss versus Louisville.
Yep.
That is the only one.
And you've got to wait till Sunday night to get that one.
That's not even till Sunday night. You get the first full Saturday of college football, and based on the AP poll, again, that might change. Maybe UCLA and Cal are ranked by the end of the year, right? And that turns into a top 25 game. as of now, there is only one ranked matchup.
Yeah, Clemson's outside the Clemson LSU game.
Yes, it's not a top 25 game. That again
there's
could
only
be one later. But
if I did my math, there's only 10 matchups of Power 4 teams.
That's a problem, man. That is a problem for the sport where
so
you just
got
ease into
two
it.
of them two of them week 0.
Yeah.
So you have Carolina and TCU, NC State at Virginia.
Yep, those are 2 Power 4 games.
And then you have a bunch as the weekend ends up. So SMU, Florida State, the Louisville, Ole Miss, Wisconsin, and Notre Dame.
Those are all non-Saturday games, if I'm not wrong, right?
No, Wazoo at Washington is not now.
Yeah.
UCLA and Cal. You have Clemson, LSU.
I mean, this is the first full slate of your sport.
Exactly.
And you only have 10 potentially as you scroll through. I'm not hearing a lot of other ones you're throwing at me.
No, there was one on Friday.
But that's
Miami at Stanford.
Yeah, that's an ACC game. They play week 1 of the season.
Yeah.
Although if you're Miami, you probably prefer to get that trip out of the way.
Colorado at Georgia Tech on Thursday, September 3rd.
That's one. That counts. That's your week 1 slate. That's your week 1 slate of the sport.
There's probably one other one there I'm skipping over. But
look, I will be on my couch, actually not on that first Saturday. I'll be in Eugene, and then eventually on my couch after I get home, getting ready to watch football all day. And so my butt will be on the couch, my feet will be up. I'll be watching football. So I'm not sitting here pretending as if I will not be excited and watching. It again highlights the need for this is what the NFL just simply does not have to deal with. The NFL will sell you compelling matchups.
You have a Super Bowl rematch in the opening game. Let's
right out of the
go.
Game. And what did the NFL fight against? The idea of you're not going to start internationally. They're not going to do that. Their tradition is the Super Bowl champion raises their banner.
That game up a day to accommodate the international travel. But
yes, they'll change the way that they structure that. But then that's the way you turn it on. It's on NBC. There's Mike Tirico, and they're raising the banner, and this is Seattle, and they're the champ. Like that's the way that the sport should start.
Screaming at Chris Collinsworth on the second series.
If your first game out of the gate, it should be. If you're not going to do something as a full Saturday, like give me that like Thursday night game and have it be Clemson at LSU, and I'm watching, and it's Death Valley, and the atmosphere is going crazy. Like. I don't know where this Ireland thing came from. It has not been around forever. I remember many years ago.
They don't do it every year?
No, it's not every year.
It's been a regular thing.
I remember a number of years ago working here and getting ready for this. There was a South Carolina, North Carolina game, and it was at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We were getting ready to do the night show, and it was South Carolina was buzzing, and the atmosphere was great, and it was like a whiteout. And you turn it on, you're like, "Yep, this is the way the season should begin." Mm-hmm. And I don't know. I bemoan this every year. I can't wait for the sport to begin. The expectations are obviously certainly high for my team, and we'll see if they can finally get over the hump this year. But just as a fan of the overall health of the sport, that's a bummer for me that you don't have more juicy matchups. You'll get some in week 2, right? Like Texas, Ohio State will be great. And you'll get your, Miami, Oklahoma, or not Miami, but Michigan, Oklahoma game. So, like, eventually you'll get there, and there will be weekends. There certainly are on the calendar that everybody's already circling, like November 7th. That's going to be one of those don't plan anything all day kind of days. Just that being said, it's a bummer, man. Only one preseason, according to the preseason polls, top 25 matchup of week 0 and week 1 combined. You only got one of them. It is Ole Miss versus Louisville. The irony there, too, is that if Ole Miss beats Louisville, guess who's outside of the top 25? Probably Louisville. First time, by the way, Louisville's started the season in the top 25 since Lamar Jackson returned after his Heisman Trophy. So it's been a hot minute for him. Wish we had more juicy matchups early in the season. I think it would benefit the sport tremendously. We have a lot to get to in the third hour of the radio program. Let's start in the National Football League. Can you believe this guy might actually play? Massive, massive expectations on this quarterback and head coach going into the season. I do have a little bit of college football to throw in there as well. An update on the Oregon State quarterback battle and also Group of 6 and their pathway to the college football playoff. We'll touch on that briefly, but we'll start in the National Football League. Hour number 3 next. Dirt and Sprague, 105.1 FM. The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up.
Woo! Do not go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomeservices.com.
0-1, now the pitch. Swinging a grounder left side on through. Base hit left field. Bogart's around third. He's coming home. Ewing's throw to the plate. Head first slide. He's out. He's out. That is the third outfield assist registered by the Mets in the first 2 innings.
In 2 innings last night, the Mets and Padres are playing. The Padres had 3 players gunned down at the plate in the first 2 innings?
And lost 2-1 to the Mets.
How? The third base coach
Benj threw a couple of seeds in the first inning.
You don't realize the importance of a third base coach until you got a bad send guy who's just waving guys around. 3 guys in the first 2 innings? How the hell does that happen, man? That's pretty wild. Who's sticking it up? Last night it was the Padres base running. Is that slow drain bothering you? Give 3 Mountains Home Services a call. They'll clear your stubborn drain with accessible clean out for only $59. That's right, just $59. Schedule online, 3mountainshomeservices.com. They make home services delightful. Hey, everybody.
Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
If you've been arrested for DUI, you need a team of attorneys you can put your trust in. Call Reynolds Defense Firm today online at reynoldsdefensefirm.com. First on the Fan, for the first time ever in Oregon Ducks football history, they are ranked number 2 in the AP preseason poll, their highest ranking. They're right behind Ohio State and ahead of Georgia, Notre Dame, and Texas. No teams outside the Power Four conference is making the initial poll. Oregon State announced they've moved their football game against BYU next season up to week 0. They'll open up the 2027 campaign August 28th in Provo. They also have games that season against Portland State, New Mexico, and at Ole Miss. The reported sale of the LA Lakers to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner is being held up by current governor of the team, Jeannie Buss. She is contesting the sale of the Buss family's 17.8% stake in the franchise. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Hope your days are off to a good start.
What are we doing here?
We're going to talk some NFL here, Brian. That's what we're going to do. I got some NFL in the notes for the next 40 minutes or so. I will throw a little more college football at you in this hour, including the idea of the group of 6 teams that could make the college football playoff this year. And until yesterday, I was not fully aware that we have a full-on quarterback battle in Corvallis. 3 different guys, all still alive. I just kind of assumed going into the year with the returning starter that it would be Malik Murphy. So we will revisit that topic a little bit coming up at 8:45. Do not forget, 1 hour from now, it is a Sparta TRT Mail Sack Tuesday.
Mail Sack.
So get your questions in, 503-864-6326. Some really good ones. One conundrum for me that I'm having a very difficult time trying to figure out how I'm going to answer it, but thankfully I have 1 hour in order to come up with my answer. The mail sack at 9 o'clock this morning, so get your questions in again, 503-864-6326. You can tweet them to us or text them to us. I'm going to do a little reversal. I was going to save this for later in my NFL stuff, but I want to get to it first, and then we'll get to the other odds and ends out of the National Football League. There was a ranking that was put out via basically to judge NFL fandom index. Okay. So here's how they
NFL markets
for NFL markets.
Okay.
Here is how they came up with their how they came up with the metrics: apparel purchases, event attendance, streaming numbers, social media following, TV viewership in that market, radio listening in that market, betting intent, and overall interest level. Now, the last one, I'm like,
how do you judge that?
I don't know. Anyways, that feels like that. The overall interest level is directed from all of that.
All the different ways you can consume a team, buying their stuff, watching their games, listening
social
to their
media,
games.
yeah.
Okay.
So they put all this together into a big bucket and said, what are the most avid NFL markets that we have?
By those metrics,
number 1 is a very easy answer.
The Packers?
It is not. Green Bay is close. They are number 3 on this list.
Okay, the Bills?
It is the Buffalo Bills.
Okay.
The Buffalo Bills are far and away. So I don't know how they totally computed the score. Their score is 208.
Okay.
To put it into a context, you guessed Green Bay. They are third, 172.
I would think
that's the gap.
Based on those metrics, I would think the Cleveland Browns would be high on that list.
The Cleveland Browns do show up inside the top 10. They are number 10 on this list, despite their ineptitude over the years.
Exactly.
They are a top 10 NFL market based on investment of the fans.
Fan base craves that product.
Yes, they do.
Desperately want it to be better and more relevant. But they can't quit that product.
There were a few surprises in here.
I'm assuming the Dallas Cowboys are up there just by the sheer volume of peoples.
This is one of the interesting ones.
Oh, they're not.
According to these numbers, Dallas, and they combine some of them, like they combine areas. They did like Seattle/Tacoma. They did Dallas/Fort Worth.
Yeah.
They come in 19th in the NFL.
Wow.
So I don't know if that's just people running tired of Jarrah and not winning anything meaningful in a very long time.
I think so.
Could be possibly the problem there. Some of the ones that surprised me. So Buffalo was number 1.
The Vikings, Minnesota Vikings.
Another one that shocked me. They showed up at number 11. They were outside of the top 10. And
look, the Vikings love them some Vikings. Skull, the whole bit.
I mean, it's phenomenal, is it not?
Yes. Chiefs. Sorry, the Chiefs should be.
Chiefs are number 2.
Yes.
So you've now guessed the top 3.
Who's number 1?
You already got it. Buffalo was number one.
That's right.
Yeah, so Buffalo 1, Kansas City 2, Green Bay 3. Those are the most, according to this ranking, the
I think
passionate
the Chiefs,
fandom.
Yeah, the Chiefs is obviously their recent level of success boosting that significantly.
Maybe I'm downplaying this too much because I don't respect their owner a ton, so please correct me if I'm in the wrong here.
Oh.
The number 4 team on this list, ahead of Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, as we mentioned, Minnesota.
Yeah.
The Cincinnati Bengals.
Well, what else you got in Cincinnati?
You got the Reds. You got Skyline Chili. I mean, I know it's not
Ohio
a lot.
is football country.
I get it. You got Ohio State football. How close is Columbus and Cleveland?
Oh, so Columbus is right in the middle of the state. Like dead center middle of the state. Cleveland is up at the Great Lakes at the northern edge, the northeastern edge on Lake Erie.
Okay.
Cincinnati is down
That's
on
right,
the
down
border
by
of Kentucky.
Kentucky, that's right. Okay. So look, again, I'm probably in the wrong there. I get it. Your points are all valid. There's not a lot going on there. It's football country. If you were to ask me a more passionate NFL city, would you say Philadelphia or Cincinnati?
I would say Philadelphia.
Right? You say Philadelphia in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Philadelphia now, they are right behind them. They're number 5 on this list. So
Yes.
Cincinnati came in 4, Philadelphia 5. Only one other major surprise in the top 10. Baltimore was number 7. I get it.
Yeah.
Detroit number 8. All the years of crap, and now you're back, and let's bite your
We're
kneecaps.
Jets fans.
We'll get to that in a moment. New Orleans.
Bless Jets fans.
Yeah.
Like, for the crap they've dealt with for decades, they're still invested.
Our bosses, if he's listening to this segment, he's probably going to come in here and say this list is bogus when I tell you where Jets fans are. New Orleans showed up in the top 10.
Well, based on, I would imagine on Sundays, like that's all you do.
Yeah.
Like you're either listening or watch. If you have to be at work, you are listening. Everybody down there owns Saints gear beyond all belief. The way that they're measuring it, that doesn't surprise
you.
me.
Now I'll run through some of the Cleveland, by the way, I gave you that. That was in the top 10. So that's your top 10. Buffalo, Kansas City, Green Bay, Cincinnati, Philly, Pittsburgh, Baltimore, Detroit, New Orleans, Cleveland. That's your top 10.
What do you notice about where that is on a map?
Right? I believe you have the entire AFC North in there. Yeah. Pittsburgh, Baltimore, Cincinnati, Cleveland. The entire AFC North is in there.
Have you crossed the Mississippi yet?
Not a lot.
Oh, Kansas City.
Yeah,
That's
Kansas
the
City,
one.
technically, you got
That's
one there.
as far west as you've gotten.
Then you go.
I'm surprised Bronco fans aren't on there, though.
Right. Minneapolis, 11. Denver did come in at number 12.
Okay.
And now is when you lose me. This is when whatever metric you put together to compile this list of the most passionate cities, we rip this list up and throw it out the window.
What do you got, Jacksonville now?
Jacksonville is ahead of
Stop
Seattle.
it. You
and now
play a
look,
game every year in London.
I love poking
Shut
fun
up.
at 12s because I know a lot of people and I have a lot of family that lives in Seattle. And for
Seahawks should be in the upper half.
Yeah, for my entire life, none of them cared about Seattle, and then now they come out of woodworks, and now I get text messages, and they have 12 tattoos on their butt cheeks, and it's like, I get it, front running happens, but none of you gave a rip about this team. When I was a kid, not a single one of you brought it up. Now it's your life and death. That happens. I get it.
Living up there when I was going to school.
I'm not saying there weren't Seahawks fans. I'm not saying that's the
crappy.
case. There were always Seahawk fans. It's
Yes.
the NFL. I get that. Let's not sit here and act like that fandom
Back
has
in
not
I
quadrupled in numbers in the last
2
20 years.
I had season tickets when they were still in the AFC West.
Yeah.
Don't say anything.
I mean, you're old. It's okay.
What are we doing here?
You did that one to yourself is what you did.
But yeah, the hatred, like the Raider game, was the biggest game of the year.
I get that there's always been NFL fans there.
Hate them.
The fandom has exploded. And that happens. When you win, it's happened to Oregon, right? It's natural. It happens when you have success. People jump on board and start rooting. Seattle being behind Jacksonville is criminal.
No,
It's
that's
just criminal.
wrong.
It's
That's
not
just wrong.
It's dumb. It's ludicrous, and it makes the entire list almost null and void. Chicago is egregiously low on this list. They're number 20. Like, you just cannot tell me people in Houston is a more passionate fandom or fan base than Chicago. I just refuse to believe that. Maybe in a situation like baseball where you have two different teams and it's split up a little bit, everybody there is an Indiana Bears fan, and it's ludicrous that they're number 20 on that list. Houston was 18, Indy 17. As somebody who had a brother who lived in Charlotte, they're way too high on this list. The Panthers are a deal, but also, come on, bigger than the Chicago Bears?
No.
Get out of here. Charlotte was number 16, Nashville number 15. So a lot of the stuff I'm having an issue with. Then it gets even funnier. So Boston, the New England market, technically, comes in at 21st on this list. okay. Some of the other ones I agree with, like Vegas, that's a newer market. Atlanta's down there at 24.
Yeah, Atlanta could give or take.
Right.
I mean, they love their Dirty Birds, but they're a little disenchanted with things.
Phoenix at 25.
Ooh, where are the commies at?
The commies are 21 on this list.
Now, what's this? How far back does this go?
I think it's just current. I don't know how far. I'm assuming they just are tracking
because I
data
understand that there's some residual, like Dan Snyder alienated,
a lot of people.
like, but now that they're coming back and they're going to redo a stadium in the district and all that stuff.
Yeah,
they should start climbing that list.
Yeah, I bet somebody who's been to Phoenix and around the Cardinals stadium for a game.
They should be dead last.
They don't care. They're not dead last. They are 25th on this list. Tampa slightly below them. Which I feel like Tampa
loves the Bucks.
Agree with you there. Then it gets funny. The Niners don't even play in San Francisco. Don't worry, I'll get there. The Niners don't even play in San Francisco, so they're also in this weird, like, we play an hour south of the city.
I think the Niners have more fans outside of the Bay Area than they do inside of the Bay Area.
You might actually be right there. That's actually not a bad.
The Chargers are dead last.
San Francisco came in at 27. Miami was 28. The Los Angeles market, so the Rams and the Chargers, came in at number 29. And according to this metric, the lowest fandom index city in the NFL is New York at number 30.
Oh.
Which
Stop it.
Stop it.
Yeah.
The Jets are incompetent. I get it. The Giants have won a couple of Super Bowls. They have John Harbaugh as their head coach. Like, stop it.
Is this just percentage because there's, 800 billion people in the New York market? And relatively speaking, the percentage is...
Maybe it's a percentage thing. I don't know. I have based on that, they did not necessarily say it was just a percentage. I chuckled at that. Like, New York being a lower market than
lower
LA.
Than Duval, stop it.
Than Jacksonville in the top 13.
You play at least one of your games, if not two per year.
Get out of here.
In a foreign country.
Right. Some of the other ones I don't have any, like San Francisco being that far down, whatever. They don't even play in San Francisco anymore. The San Jose Niners should be that far down. And I think your point on them having more fandom nationally is kind of an interesting and funny point. Because I can't imagine, I don't live down there, but I'd be curious, like, what percentage of people who would used to go to games at Candlesticks still go to, like, that's a long drive now on your Sunday.
It's a long drive.
Changes the entire structure of your fandom and when you go to games and when you don't go to games. Anyways, I saw that. I figured it would rile some people up. New York being last is just laughable. You can tell me they're not the top. That's fine.
No, I would argue Jets fans are more passionate than Giants fans. There are more Giants fans than Jets fans. But to be a truly loyal, dedicated Jets fan...
Through all the years.
Not
easy to do.
All the fireman Eds out there.
You cannot tell me.
That's a special breed of fandom.
That people in Los Angeles care more about the National Football League and the Rams and Chargers than the Giants and the Jets in New York City.
No.
Like, you just cannot. Both of them are transplant cities.
The Chargers should be last.
Yes, in terms of overall fandom.
The Chargers should be last in that list.
It's not a debate at all.
Go back to San Diego. Figure it out.
They should. They have to have paid actors at their games, man. Remember that Asian lady 2 years ago going crazy? Just how much we pay her to be there?
I'm going to go treat myself to a birthday gift and get my Chargers jersey. I'm going to have a Chargers jersey this year.
This is the year, baby. This is the
right.
year. So it was a funny metric to look at. No disagreement with the top three, like Buffalo, Kansas City, Green Bay being the top three. That's fine,
that all makes sense.
And Kansas City's one of those markets too. Like they have loved the Chiefs for a long time. It's certainly Mahomes
stadium atmosphere
exploded.
Outstanding. I would recommend if you want to go, see your team somewhere. Find out when they go to Kansas City and have yourself a good time.
Yeah.
And get there. I don't know how much longer before they get their new stadium built, but it's an older stadium, but it's still quite an experience.
Yeah.
I sat in the upper deck when we went, and it was still
a good seat, good spot. Yeah, they changed. I think they went away from the Geehaw Field or whatever they were calling it.
Whatever it was.
It's just back to Arrowhead.
Arrowhead. I think their sponsorship ended.
It just came to an end. It might just be Arrowhead for the last however many years of the stadium. It's always been Arrowhead.
What does it take? They got to figure out where they're going to put it, get a financing package together, and then it's probably 2 years to build the thing. So you're looking at least 3 seasons before
it'll be a while.
Potentially move.
Let's get to all right. Let's pivot into a couple of odds and ends out of the National Football League. I'm going to save one coach on his quarterback. We'll get to that in the next segment because massive year for that guy, and just I'm wondering where people are at on him because his preseason debut certainly didn't go well. I don't know about you. Every time I hear an update on this player, it makes my mind melt of how is this Like, what? And there was another one yesterday from Ian Rappaport on the NFL Network.
When I was in Santa Clara about a week or so ago, finishing up inside training camp, had the opportunity to watch George Kittle do his workout kind of alongside practice, pre-practice. It was eye-popping. It was really good. It was really fast. It was looking like a player who is basically going full speed. You listen to George Kittle say it. The fact that the numbers are basically what he wants is an unbelievable thing. He is 7 months out from an Achilles injury. Now, generally, players do not get back on the field until 9 months. The season starts about 8 months after him tearing his Achilles. But you listen to George Kittle, listen to 49ers people, at least there is a chance. No one is saying for sure that it's going to happen, and it is an unbelievably long season, especially now with 17 games. They want to make sure that one of their best players on their roster, regardless of position, is in position to contribute in December and January. But the fact that George Kittle has a realistic chance of playing week 1, of being out on the field, is incredible. He is not wrong. He's got a shot.
He came out yesterday and emphatically said I will not start the year on the PUP list, which I think based on everything we're hearing and reading, that will certainly not happen.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to eventually play in week. Just the idea of somebody with modern medicine who, like, it's one thing, I don't know what a sport would be where you're not moving that much. And I don't know what maybe you're a golfer. I don't know. I think you probably need your Achilles for that. The idea of a tight end, that physically demanding where you're pushing and blocking and
leverage
is a huge thing. Cutting, move, like it's him doing that in the playoff game. And if he is able to play, what were we, about 3 weeks away from the start of that game in Australia? About 3 weeks away?
Yes.
3 weeks from
10th.
Thursday, right? It'll be?
Yeah.
I don't know. No injury will ever seem as a big deal for me anymore.
The advancement of modern medicine
is
amazing.
Wild. That's like, it's one thing for Daniel Jones. He went down in I want to say week 10 for the Colts.
Yeah, middle of the season.
Middle of the season. He's hoping that he can be ready and maybe potentially go. And we'll see on that if he ends up being their day one starter. They certainly aren't in a good spot if it's Anthony Richardson. But that's neither here nor there. That I can wrap my head a little bit more around. I remember watching that playoff game, and when Kittle went down, it was such a double whammy of like, oh God, the Niners are getting destroyed. Because I think he got hurt in the Seattle game, or it was a Philly game. I can't remember. But either way.
Philly.
Was it the Philly? Maybe it was the first playoff game. Either way, you're like, okay, the playoff run's going to come to an end, but now, damn it, now you're going to be without George Kittle for how much in next year? Because your mind just kind of goes to the Achilles, and this is what we obviously used to do with, Tommy John in baseball or ACLs, and you'd think, oh my God, that's going to be such a long break.
Okay, you've got at least a year.
Right, to come back and be able.
And hopefully it, heals right.
Him playing in week 1, if I turn that TV on and I'm watching that game, because I'm going to be glued to it, Rams and Niners will be a great matchup and a couple divisional rivals, it's going to melt my brain. If George Kittle plays in week 1, it will melt my brain, and I'm just going to leave that there because that's wild stuff. Couple thoughts here on the fan text line. We have a Who Dat chiming in. I love it. We got the fan base is calling them. We got to do it. Dirt as a Who Dat here in town. Not a native of New Orleans, I can say that they are crazed for the Saints and honestly football in general. Remember, it is SEC country. They live and die for football.
Yep.
Mondays after a loss is always kind of grim and depressing in New Orleans. Who dat? Maybe I'm too disrespectful to New Orleans there. Another one, Cincinnati's proud of Skyline Chili, and it is disgusting. That it is. It is disgusting. But Cincinnati, maybe again, and somebody texted in and said, I've been to a tailgate at Cincinnati. They know how to party and have a good time. Now, I never question their tailgating ability. And again, maybe I'm conflating too much of overall success and, seeing teams having these, I don't know, these go on these runs
versus measuring devotion
inside
and
the market.
Impact. Yeah.
So I certainly acknowledge I could be wrong there. Another one, my girlfriend and I were just talking about the Saints. She's from Alabama. They love the Saints and said the same. Rabid fans down there. So that is one of the unique things, I guess, maybe about pockets.
Yeah, and the
Saints
are one of those areas where their region expands quite a bit.
Yes.
Because you got to go all the way to Dallas to the west and all the way to
Atlanta,
Charlotte
probably.
or Atlanta in the east.
So you got a little pocket there where you can kind of cultivate some good fans. Yeah. And obviously the impact after Katrina and what that meant for the city. Like I didn't mean to dismiss New Orleans as a football city. When you look at the rankings and it's like they're that was just some of those were surprising to me, but fun nonetheless of where certain markets came in. I think we can all agree, everybody in unison, Jacksonville, not a top 13 market.
No.
Get the hell out of here. What are your expectations for this quarterback? Because in the National Football League, the clock is already ticking. We'll hear from his head coach and talk a little bit about him. Is he more this player or that player? We'll talk about that a little more in the NFL next. 105.1 FM The Fan.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air, serving Portland, Southwest Washington, and the Gorge. Online at aneheatingandcooling.com. It's hard to stop a train. First on The Fan. AP expects the Big Ten train to national championships to continue. Ohio State 1, Oregon 2 in the preseason top 25 poll. Highest ever preseason ranking for the Ducks. Georgia, Notre Dame, Texas round out the top 5. There are 9 SEC and 8 Big Ten teams in the initial poll. Oregon State Beavers announced they will move the date of their game next season against BYU to week 0, opening the year August 28th in Provo. The Beavs also have games scheduled against Portland State, New Mexico, and Ole Miss next season. From the NFL, Colts agreeing to a 1-year deal with veteran wide receiver Keenan Allen. Could be worth up to $8.3 million with incentives. Allen currently 13th on the career list for receptions in the NFL. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
All right, welcome back in. Good fans here, bad fans there. Fun debate, man. Fun debate. Mail sack coming up at the top of the hour. 503-864-6326. Fire them in. We'll answer them coming up at 9 o'clock this morning. To the point on Jacksonville, too, there was a quote, and there's one going viral of Roger Goodell. And this, like, nothing will ever burst the NFL bubble, probably. It's such a mega institution in this country that I don't ever see any sort of contraction in the interest or viewership and all of that. One of the things that just would, if you want to be bothered this morning, was Roger Goodell coming out and saying we will have at some point an international National Football League team. And I don't get it. I don't understand when there's so many markets in this country that are interested in it, and their argument would be we got to grow on a more international scale to get more fans involved in all that. Like, we already do the international games. The idea of a team being in London in the National Football League or Mexico City, if you want to do something in, I don't know, even in this hemisphere, it would be at least a little bit more understandable, but I'm out on that idea. There's so many good markets that would kill for it. Like, if you're going to move a team or expand, you go to more American cities before you go internationally. And that stuff drives me nuts from the NFL. Absolutely bothers me. Any Hoosies, let's get to a massive year for a quarterback and, to be honest, a head coach, because he's getting a second opportunity. Now, I never want to take too much out of preseason football because it means something, but it also doesn't mean that much, if that makes any sense. But when you struggle, and the majority of the guys on the other sideline are guys that are not necessarily going to be starters or high-level players for that team, and you're not hitting it at a high clip, that leaves me a little concerned about where you're at. Now, it's early. You got 2 more preseason games to go. We talked about this on Friday because one of the games on the preseason slate last Thursday was involving the most untalked-about number 1 pick in the history of the National Football League, Cam Ward. Cam Ward happened to be in the same draft as Shedeur Sanders, and all anybody talked about in the entire draft was Shedeur Sanders, and he didn't end up going into, the 5th or 6th round of Cleveland, whatever it was. Cam Ward was the number 1 overall pick. Cam Ward was the Heisman Trophy winner. He goes to Tennessee. It was a disaster in year 1, but I think with rookie quarterbacks, there is a 1-year grace period of the coaching situation wasn't great, your team sucked, you had nobody to throw the ball to, I don't blame you, you're supposed to be bad. If you're good, cherry on top, but I'm not putting any sort of expectations on you. You know what kicks in year 2? Expectations. Here is from the Rich Eisen show. Robert Saleh was on. Talk about a guy, again, who's facing some pressure, a retread head coach. You don't see that often with guys who kind of fail and flop the first time around getting that another coaching job that quickly. He did in Tennessee, and here is Saleh talking about Cam Ward and Brian Daboll and their relationship early on in camp.
The biggest thing is just the constant communication. You know, they're constantly communicating. They're constantly talking about the different things that are happening, not only in practice, not only in the game, but in practice, from drill to drill to play. And so as long as the dialogue is strong and as long as there's open communication and honest communication, I think you're always going to find growth. And Cam, one thing about Daboll, he's not gonna sugarcoat anything. He's going to tell you exactly where you are and what you need to get done and how you need to do it. And to Cam's credit, he's taking all the coaching, wants all the coaching, and he's attacking it with every fiber in his body.
So that is him talking about his first year quarterback, but the second year quarterback in Tennessee, Cam Ward. And this is where it gets interesting to me for a couple of reasons. One is that you don't really have the built-in coaching excuse narrative for him anymore. Like, say what you want about Brian Daboll and it not working in New York, and it certainly didn't. Nobody really questions his offensive chops, right?
No.
As like a play caller.
No.
Some guys just it's just too big of a mountain to climb to be a head coach, or the situation wasn't right, whatever. But no, I don't think anybody's questioning him.
Modern head coaching
offensive expertise
is so different from where it was.
A huge part of being successful in the NFL as a head coach is having a quarterback.
Yeah.
And he had Daniel Jones for a year. They gave Vanilla Vic the extension. They went to the playoffs, won the game against Minnesota, and then it just never was quite the same. And Daniel Jones wasn't quite it. And so that is a big part of this puzzle. And Robert Saleh knows that because he went to New York. They brought in Aaron Rodgers, and he popped his Achilles 2 plays in, and he was fired 2 years later because that's just the way that it works. You have a head coach who I do think from a defensive standpoint is very respected as a leader of men and as a defensive mind. And so the coaching thing is kind of out of the window now. You drafted a wide receiver early in the draft. Let's build some weapons. Let's get you some pieces.
And you still have another one there.
Yes, those boxes have now been checked. And so there's this idea of this is how quickly it ramps up in the NFL. Yeah. And when I look at Cam Ward, I wasn't quite sure how to feel about him coming out of college. He was a guy who built a lot of what he did doing things in college that I didn't know how they would translate to the NFL, if that makes sense. Yeah. Like Caleb Williams was this for me as well. He was such a extending the play, unscripted, backyard football. I'm going to make you miss and throw a ball that you're like, oh my God, how did you do that? But when I need you to play within the structure of the offense, can you? Can you release the ball on time? Can you throw, layered throws with timing? Can it come out? Can you have good rhythm? All of those things, I think Caleb Williams, maybe not all of them, but he did answer a lot of those questions last year, and he still had the component of making the special play, a la the Rams game on 4th down. I still don't know how they scored that touchdown in the playoffs before ultimately losing the game, right? So he had that blend of I can extend and make a special play mixed with now I've shown with a competent offensive mind in Ben Johnson, I can play with timing and I can play with rhythm because that's the way Ben Johnson's offense works. I had those same questions about Cam Ward coming out of college. He certainly did not answer them in year one. Now, again, to be fair, I'm not expecting him to. They sucked butt last year, and it would have taken a modern miracle for a quarterback to have a good year with that coach combination of roster. His numbers on the season below 60% completion percentage, 15 touchdowns, and 7 interceptions. Not very good. If he comes out and those numbers don't take a jump, now I don't know what number of jump we're looking for, that would lead me to believe that Tennessee has a pretty bad year this year, right? Like if he's not that significantly improved, I would look at Tennessee and say, okay, you're probably winning 4, 5, 6 games, maybe at most, if you're not getting good quarterback play. And guess what Tennessee's going to do next year?
Yeah.
That's how quickly this goes. And it becomes a very interesting storyline for me. I love their new uniforms. I love the rebrand. I'm certainly rooting for Cam Ward. Like his story of going from an unranked recruit, a 0-star guy to Incarnate Word, then to Washington State, having these moments and flashpoints at Washington State, going to Miami and winning the Heisman Trophy and becoming the number 1 overall pick is a remarkable sports story. One of the craziest we've ever seen in modern football, right? From literally nothing to the number 1 overall pick in Heisman. So I'm certainly rooting for him. But this is where the pressure cooker kicks in, man. And if he does not show that he has the ability to play with rhythm and to play with timing and to get rid of the ball when he needs to and to throw with anticipation, all the little things that you're looking for that he can then mix with his ability to extend plays, Tennessee's going to move on from him. Robert Saleh is not going to kick this around for 3 years. He's got this might be his last shot as a head coach in the NFL. This is it. If he doesn't think he got it, they're going to tell ownership to move on. Not to mention, what is the Titans ownership group been known for the last handful of years? Flying off the cuff, firing coaches, firing GMs. Vrabel's gone.
Well, they got another family full of infighting because the kids took
chaos.
It over from the parent.
If you don't have stable, experienced, and calm leadership in the ownership room, you know what the Titans are going to do next year? Draft a quarterback, because that's how this stuff goes. And so I'm certainly rooting for him. I want him to be successful. I guess my question on him, when you look at him, do we see more Caleb Williams, whose numbers as a rookie were better, but again showed a lot of the warts that he showed in college of holding on to the ball too long, taking sacks. Like his turnovers weren't necessarily that alarming, but there was some things that you're like, okay, maybe we can work on this a little bit. And he's certainly had a much better year too. Do you see more Caleb Williams or do you see Bryce Young? Now, I know that Bryce Young went to the playoffs, but I don't think anybody's putting Bryce Young into a category of
I see more Caleb Williams.
You see with Cam Ward?
I think the potential's there. It is, can Brian Daboll find a way to relate to Cam Ward so he can see the vision?
Can you get through to him?
Yeah.
It's a challenge. And you got a weapon to throw to now, too.
Because you have Carnell Tate, Wan'Dale Robinson, Calvin Ridley are, if healthy, your starting 3 wide receivers.
Right.
That should be plenty of ammunition. Somebody should be open, assuming your offensive line gives you 2.5 seconds.
You should have a chance. You should have a chance out there.
You should be able to find somebody open.
Right.
At that point.
They went and addressed a major need for him, and they got better as a coaching staff around him. And so some of those kind of things that you can lean on early in your career as a well, let's be fair to this guy, that guy. If he puts up good numbers and they don't win, that's fine. I'm not saying the expectation for Tennessee this year is to compete.
There's a lot of pressure on Tony Pollard to be what he was when he was with Dallas, and
that's got to be
they don't have much running back past there.
No, that's got to be, you got to be around 64% completion percentage. I need to see an increase there.
Yeah.
I want to be around 25 touchdown passes, somewhere in that mix, and not have an alarming jump in interceptions. If you're somewhere in the 3,500 or north yards, north of 64% completion percentage, 24, 25 touchdowns.
Gotta knock the turnovers down.
Somewhere in there for the, seven picks.
That's just it. Even if you sustain drives, because Robert Saleh, and he's going to get that defense organized.
Yes.
And your schedule ramps up quickly. Now you better beat the Jets at home week 1.
You can't lose that game.
Because then you got Eagles at Giants at Ravens, Texans at Colts, Browns, Bengals. Yeah. So, but Eagles, Giants, Ravens, Texans, Colts, Browns, dealing with some.
None of those are giving. Even the Jets aren't a gimme for Tennessee right now.
No, because the Jets can play defense.
Yeah, until
we don't know if they can score, but they can play defense.
Yeah, and it was watching a good chunk of that preseason game number 1. Again, it is preseason, so take everything with a grain of salt. But as somebody who watched a good chunk of that game,
there's going to be some growing pains. I think
it's a new
there's
offense.
Always a struggle like that where Cam Ward felt so much of it was on him in the moment to make something happen.
Yeah.
And you've got, Dayball's like, no, we need to make it happen pre-snap. I need you to be able to read the defense, look at our scheme, our personnel, and know where you should be going before the snap. And that transition for some guys is a challenge.
Yes. He had 9 games last year under 200 passing yards. Again, it's a rookie. He's going to go through your struggles.
He's going to go through
that. It's going to be tough.
The O-line at times was
not good.
Not great.
Not good at all. They only won 2 games on the season, right? So it was a disastrous year for Tennessee. I grant you that. But yeah, this is how quickly things turn in the NFL. And so I was noodling on that. I was watching that interview yesterday from Rich Eisen with Saleh and thought that, It looked rough. Preseason game number 1 against San Francisco. He was 5 of 12 for like 40 yards. He extended a play and took a horrible sack down around his own end zone. Tried to get rid of the ball late, and I think they called grounding or said he was down. Some of those little warts that show up. You got to play with time. You got to play with rhythm in the NFL. You're not a better athlete than defensive linemen in the National Football League. You might be able to dance around occasionally here or there and extend a play, but on a regular basis,
you're not going to make a living out of that,
dude. You're not playing Texas State this weekend, my man. that's the New York Giants on the other side.
Throwing shade at the Bobcats. that's Pac-12 Texas State.
Speaking of which, let's talk about the group of 6 because there's a quote from Connolly. Who is the team and who are the teams who have a chance to crash the party? Also, a 3-man race for the starting quarterback for this team. We'll dive into that little college football, then we'll get to the mail sack at the top of the hour. Back after this on The Fan.
80 a.m.
All right, a couple of notes, and we'll get to our audio. Somebody texting in, fan text line 503-864-6326, which, by the way, last call for mail sack questions. We'll get to those coming up here in the next segment.
Mail sack!
It is a Sparta TRT mail sack day, so get them in, and it's a good-looking sack so far. We will get to those 14 minutes from now. This text came in, even with a good vet quarterback, they would have struggled with the Titans last year. No protection, no solid run game, weapons that can create space, get open, etc. He was in a tough situation. If Cam was playing for the Rams, he would have had looked very different last year. I don't disagree with any of that. I certainly understand the point. The argument that I'm simply making is this is the way the NFL moves, man. Like, whether it's fair or not, whether you think it's Cam Ward or not, whether you think there's another version of Cam Ward that is a Sam Darnold down the line, that certainly can all be true. If he struggles and they struggle and you have a top 5 pick in the draft next year, they're taking a quarterback, man. Yeah. It's going to happen. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. And I think the point that I'm trying to make, too, is that a lot of again, I'm not asking him to win a playoff game. I'm not asking him to be the MVP. A lot of the stuff that was a concern last year, I think they have gotten better at. They've added a weapon.
Yes.
I think their offensive line, I don't know, it's not going to be leaps and bounds better than it was last year, but should improve. I think you've added a competent coaching staff and guys who know what they're doing on each respective side of the ball.
Can the new coaching staff overcome some of the instincts and habits that Cam Ward has lived by?
That's the biggest struggle.
From his collegiate career. Because they took him, doing it that way got him, as you said,
to the number one pick,
incarnate word to being the number 1 pick.
Right.
That's the biggest thing is Brian Daboll's coming in and he's got to break him of some of his instincts and habits and to trust, trust the guys around him, trust the coaching staff, trust the game plan, trust the script. And he hasn't necessarily... That hasn't been he's been successful in his career.
That's always the concern taking guys like that. It's a weird balance when you're evaluating quarterbacks where there's a lot of guys who, like J.J. McCarthy to me is the opposite of this. He was a guy who was completely in the confines of the Michigan offense and running the football and play slants and I'd take it 60 yards and here's another handoff and here's another handoff. Like and I'm not saying he never did anything off script.
And the minute something or a defense upset that, and he's like,
I don't know what to do, right? And so there's the balance of you don't want the guy who's only within the structure of the offense, but also the guy who mainly thrives outside of the structure of the offense. Is a little like, can you take that and turn it into a normal quarterback with the ability to splice that on top? And I think Caleb Williams has shown that. Year 1, he had some ups and downs. I know his completion percentage actually went down from year 1 to year 2. Just kind of one of those weird oddities. He has some accuracy issues at times. That's probably his biggest bugaboo right now. But he has shown the ability to play within the structure and the confines of the offense and then mix in the flair of a big play here or there. I'm rooting for Cam Ward. I hope he is successful. They've gotten him a receiver. They got him better coaches. You got to go play better football this year. It did not certainly look good. The Niners played essentially no starters on defense, and they had a really hard time moving the football in that game. Preseason, grain of salt, just something I'm monitoring because if Tennessee struggles, I would not be surprised in the least if they are to move on. The group of 6 pathway to the college football playoff is an interesting question to me. Oregon might be opening their season with the representative. It might be Boise State again. Last year we got 2. The ridiculous reason of the way we wrote the rules, it was Tulane and James Madison both made the college football playoff. That will never happen again. Here is our friend Bill Connolly as we look through the group of 6 teams and the list that might be contending for a college football playoff spot.
I do think the list starts with Boise State again. They had a confusing season last year. They just they looked like they were supposed to half the time and then just no-showed a few times along the way as well. But I do think they have the most talent by far, especially on the defensive side of the ball, experience on offense. I think the list starts with them, but it does get pretty interesting after that. I think UNLV, giving Jackson Arnold his third chance. I think if Jackson Arnold's going to succeed anywhere, it's in a Dan Mullen offense, and that could be a really, really good match, and they could easily have 9-10 win potential. And then after that, I don't know. I think there are a lot of teams in the American that have really, really high upside, but just experienced so much turnover last season or after last season, losing the coach, losing 20 starters or whatever. Memphis, for example, has a ton of upside, but nobody knows each other yet, and it's going to take a little while. So I'd say I feel most confident in the upside of those 3, but I think definitely Boise at the top.
Yeah, Boise is the head and shoulders favorite to be the Group of 6 representative. It would certainly be a great start for the Pac-12 if they are that team. If they're feisty with Oregon in week 1, that'll be essentially a win for them, right? If they're competitive in that game, we used that 2 years ago. They damn near pulled off the upset, and according to most, that was just kind of like a win for Boise State because they
pretty much
barely beat or almost beat Oregon at Autzen Stadium.
Yeah,
and so
now if they get rolled,
it's going to hurt the resume a little bit.
Kill them.
Right. You do have a lot of chances for those teams at that level to play. Boise's just one of them. There's a lot of group of 6 games against some of the heavy hitters atop the sport. Fresno State plays USC right out of the gate, right? So you're going to get your chances at it.
Well, let me go find that.
Yeah, go. I mean, there's a decent number of them, and I don't remember it off the top of my head. To his point on the American, this is just the difficult lot in life that
Hawaii is at Stanford week 0, and
that's one of the week 0 games. Yeah,
yeah. So
that's actually a close point spread too. By the way,
4 o'clock on the ACC network, and that's one where some people think Hawaii now they're in the Mountain West.
Yes, if they pull off that upset in week 1. It's not even that big of an upset. I want to say Stanford's 5.5.
You mentioned both Memphis and UNLV. They face each other week 0, 7 o'clock on Fox.
See? I'm excited, but that's a game that intrigues me a little bit just for that argument.
And that's a good game for week 0 because that game on a full week
means
gets
something.
Lost.
Right, but in week 0 it means something.
But these are 2 teams that could be the group of 6 representative. There you go.
Yeah. There was an article that came out a few weeks back, and I meant to bring it up on the show, and I just kind of spaced on it. But it was basically the percentage of All-Americans and returning stat leaders in the group of 6 category across college football. It is insane the percentage of those guys who moved on to greener pastures after being statistical leaders. Now, it doesn't mean you can't cultivate the next crop of guys, right? The next group of guys comes about and they end up having good years, and then the cycle will continue itself endlessly on repeat unless we get some sort of restriction on how often you can transfer and all of that. I certainly admire Dan Mullen and what he's built 1 year into UNLV. I like his ability to attract blue chip type players who didn't quite pan out. You know, that was him last year. Calandria ended up being their primary quarterback. He has now moved on again to get back to the power level. He's going to be the starter at Nebraska this year. He had come from Virginia initially. You heard Connolly mention there. Jackson Arnold was the guy. It's funny how he connects locally. His stardom as a recruit was one of the reasons that Dylan Gabriel left Oklahoma in the transfer portal. Because Jackson Arnold, I believe, was the number 1 or one of the top 2 or 3 quarterbacks in the country coming out of high school. They sat him for a year, redshirted him. That was Gabriel's year, and it was like, all right, we're handing the kid the reins. And it ended terribly. He went to Auburn. It was a bad thing. Hugh Freeze got fired. And so I wouldn't be shocked if he ended up thriving this season at UNLV. So just none of them are ranked in the top 25. Boise State, if you look at like Connolly's model or Josh Pate's model, or when you just have these predictive looks at the returning production, all the things that go into it, it is Boise State as the top group of 6 team, and then a massive gap until you start getting to the next bunch of teams.
The group of 6 teams that received any votes in the first AP poll, Boise State had the most. Then it was Navy.
Yeah.
UNLV, New Mexico, James Madison, Memphis, Liberty, Western Michigan, and Tulane. Those were the only other schools that even got a vote.
Western Michigan showed up in the top 25.
Western Michigan got 1, Tulane got 1, Liberty got 1, Memphis 2, James Madison 3, New Mexico 4.
Okay, a lot of those make sense. I don't know much about I'm just going to be honest with you. I've not done my...
got 10. Boise State had 43.
Yeah, and that's, just to show you the gap there, right? So, Boise State is there.
Boise State was at the end of the top 25 on multiple ballots.
They're just on the outside looking at it. So it'd be a great look. I don't know what I didn't get to my Oregon State thing there, so I might hold that for tomorrow. I don't know what if you're like the Pac-12 pride thing is a thing for Beaver fans. I don't know if that exists. I don't pretend to know what's going on inside your head as a sports fan.
I think
it'd be beneficial.
I don't know if you're rooting for it, but I think you want to see
year 1 as a league that you send the rep to the playoff. It'd be a nice feather in the cap.
How does the path look if Boise State gets there? What do they have to do?
Yeah, that'll be.
Do they have to go 11-1 and give Oregon? You
just got to be the highest ranked team at the end of the year. You don't even need to win a conference championship anymore.
Well, I know that, but is it? Do you have to go 11-1 and your only loss is to potentially a national championship contender,
right? In close
and
competitive
not get
fashion.
blown out completely, or are they allowed another slip up? Are they 10-2 or are they 10-3 winning the conference title game? Well, I guess they won't have one, but they play the extra. I don't know how it works.
It's still convoluted,
Yeah.
None of us have figured that out yet.
Are you allowed? Is there some respect to the depth of your conference? Or
Right.
do you have to run the table?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out this year. Boise is the favorite. They're going to be in Eugene week 1, a couple of Saturdays from now. One last bit of Group of 6 news, by the way, came out. This came out late yesterday. I want to say our Daniel Libet, who works for Sportico, we've had him on before. The Mountain West and the Pac-12 is officially settled. That whole lawsuit thing. $49 million from the 5 schools leaving for the Pac-12. That's about half of what the Mountain West originally wanted. So Libet had that report yesterday that is all now water under the bridge. I would still be bummed that UNLV didn't make the move. UNLV in the Pac-12 would be great. It's a desirable market to go visit and all that, and I'm bummed that they're still in the Mountain West. Lots to get to in the final hour. We will start, though.
Mail sack.
It is a mail sack Sparta TRT Tuesday. Get your questions in. Last call for them. 503-864-6326. Kicks out the final hour next on The Fan.
Big hits, big bets, big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Layin' Wood Report, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years.
8-1 Boston. Here's a little looping line drive. Fair ball down the left field line all the way to the corner. They're going to send the runner home, and he's going to score standing up. Wilyer Abreu in, and the Red Sox lead 9-1.
How about laying the wood last night? Anytime Sean McDonough's on a call, it just makes me feel good. I love Sean McDonough is so good, man. The Red Sox last night, they beat the Diamondbacks. Whole different side story going on. Did Ketel Marte just not show up?
Yeah.
Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, but it sounds like there's something personal going on because Lavello was kind of
defending
choked
him
up when he was talking.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just saw that he didn't show up, and I was like, that's strange.
It's strange.
Red Sox became the first team where all 9 starters had an RBI and did not strike out in a baseball game since the 1949 Red Sox.
Yeah.
Pretty wild stat, man. History getting made once again as we do Who's Laying the Wood, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 60 years. Delivery, custom cutting, special orders. Visit them at mrplywoodinc.com or the location on Southeast Stark Street.
The wood
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the Oregon Ducks receiving their highest preseason AP ranking ever at number 2 in the first top 25 college football poll of the season, right behind Ohio State. They are ahead of Georgia, Notre Dame, and Texas. There are no teams outside the Power 4 in the initial poll. Oregon State announcing they've moved the date of their game against BYU in 2027 to week 0. They will open up next season August 28th in Provo, also with non-conference games against Portland State, New Mexico, and Ole Miss on the slate. The reported sale of the LA Lakers to Bob Iger and Josh Kushner's group is being held up as current governor of the team, Jeannie Buss, is contesting the sale of the Buss family's 17.8% stake in the franchise. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Hey, let's do this final hour. Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Hope your Tuesdays are off to a good start. Last hour of solo radio for me. The Sprague returns tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's what we've been told. That's what the word on the street is.
It's been a lot of me the last couple of weeks.
A lot of me, a lot of you. Yeah. I was gone, and then Sprague was gone. So it was weird how that worked out for us, unplanned this year.
Well, Sprague hates doing what he calls solo shows.
Yes, he does.
So he hauled in a couple of.
Stevie Fire came in while I was out, right?
In.
Yeah, me as Adam.
We did not get fish.
No fish sticks early in the morning.
No.
I do love fish sticks.
Mail Sack.
It is a Mail Sack Tuesday, and it is brought to you by, as always, our wonderful friends at Sparta TRT. Whether you're hitting the gym or just trying to survive the workday, don't just watch from the sidelines. Reclaim your edge and win at the second half of life. SpartaTRT.com. How's your tea feeling today? Feel good about your tea?
Adequate
tea?
Yeah.
Not too high, not too low?
Yeah.
You got a sweet spot of tea?
We'll find out.
Let's get to the question,
Talk
shall
to
we?
me when I'm sacked out on my couch at 12:30.
Yeah, I put the kid down for a nap, and I lay down, and I too myself pass out.
Little drool coming out the corner of your mouth.
Oh,
Wait, what?
Oh, God, it's 3 o'clock.
Change the diaper?
Mail Sack question. What is a better feeling coming back from a long vacation?
Ooh.
Taking a shower in your own shower after flying on an airplane, or coming back home and sleeping in your own bed the first night? This is an easy one for me.
Go ahead. Is it sleeping in your own bed?
It's the bed thing. I love my bed. I got the right number, the firmness, and it's hit and miss. When I just talked about this last week, we rented a place in Sun River, and I'm not kidding you, dude. I felt like you sunk in like a foot. The bed was so soft.
Yes.
And I couldn't move, and I didn't sleep great while I was there. And getting back up that first night back, and you lay down, you're like,
Before I went on my European vacation, I would have answered the same thing.
Okay.
However,
I digress.
Over there in Europe, things are very small.
Yeah, that's true.
Showers are tight.
Tight little showers? Little tiny guy?
They're also...
I'm assuming you had one in your room, or was it like a joint? What was the showering situation on the boat?
All of our rooms had independent bathrooms.
Okay.
And on the boat, it's really tiny.
Yeah. Oh,
There's a little curtain, but you have a little vanity where the sink is.
Okay.
Then there's the toilet, and then the shower's right next to it. There's a little curtain that comes out. But
if 5x5.
If your boat is a rockin',
don't go on knocking.
Like there's multiple drains in there because the water will go all over.
Yeah, you can't keep it in one spot.
So I will actually say, because
shower did it.
Unless a bed is broken,
you still find a way to sleep.
You'll find a way to sleep.
Yeah.
But having some space to explore in the shower.
Yeah.
Oh, that was nice.
It is. We do have a bit of a
and
shower.
we had one when we got to Venice.
Uh-huh.
The bathroom there, it was actually the biggest bathroom of all the hotels and whatever. But the shower, it had a little tub.
No.
But one, it was like a 3-foot thing to get over the top. Like, my wife needed a ladder.
Yeah,
basically.
got to climb into this.
Like
thing.
I had to okay, let's
gotta-
concentrate.
let's-
and then it was all slippery. It was just sheer on the base. And I had to bend over. The clearance was maybe 5 feet. And I'm like, this is ridiculous.
That's a little ridiculous. That's
Yeah.
a little too
like
challenging.
like the rest of the hotel, fairly nice.
Yeah, but that was the issue.
Would never stay there again because of the bathroom issue.
I have a bit of a shower issue at home. We bought our house. It had a decent head. The shower head was solid, so we didn't need a change. And then you started to get to when you move it or swivel it, there's a little leakage there. We need to upgrade it. Let's get a new head. We need a new head on this thing. And so the wife, unbeknownst to me, went and bought a new head. It's weak.
Ooh.
It's too weak now. It's too soft.
Low flow?
It's low flow. You know what that shower? It's a low T shower.
It's a low T shower.
I need a high T shower.
There you go.
I need some pressure. I need to feel something. When you turn your neck and you're hitting the back of your neck and your shoulder, like I need to feel something. And if I'm not feeling something, it's not getting the job done. So it's a bit of a controversy right now in the Johnson household. Mail sack question. Tiger Woods' impact on golf has been historic. What could LeBron James do to help elevate and grow the PGA Tour from just a partnership perspective? Nothing. I don't think there's anything he could do.
No.
I think the viewership, and I've talked about this before from the golf bubble, the YouTube golf viewer and the PGA Tour golf viewer.
Two different things.
They're two different sects of fandoms. And him doing a YouTube channel is something that's like, he's scratching his back. Like, I love playing golf. This will be fun. And
he's not going to. I
don't think he's going to be involved in the PGA Tour.
Here's the thing he could do that would help is if he started going to like public municipal courses.
Yeah, I'd love that.
And showing the emphasis of,
you think LeBron's going to do that?
No, he's not.
He's going to play Bandon
He's going
Dunes
to places nobody else can go to.
Playing in Ireland and Scotland. And
so he's just going to make everybody jealous. Like if he wanted to really grow the game.
And I don't think that's what his interest is.
Start going to, public facilities and finding ways to rally support, to raise money, to have the facilities upgraded.
Yeah.
In places that typically don't have much access to golf.
I think it might help.
That's what he could do, but I don't know if he will.
I don't think he will. I agree with the point and the
Partner
sentiment.
with the first tee or whatever and start.
Would love that if he did
doing that if he gets to the point. Look, he's going to go do his thing and he's introduced to golf and all these amazing places that he has access to. Great, go do that. But if he says, wow, I wish somebody would have introduced me to this game when I was younger.
Yeah.
And made it accessible, then go back and do that.
That'd be very impactful.
That would have impact. That would get people's attention to do stuff.
The guy who tried to trademark Taco Tuesday, I think, is going to play a lot of nice country clubs with his friends.
Exactly.
And have YouTube golf content. I think he could.
Now, I hope he doesn't act like he's just discovering these. It's like, no, we've known about these courses. They're hundreds of
Riviera. Have you ever heard of Riviera?
We have. Are you getting me on?
Have you ever been to Torrey?
Then shut up.
Did you ever heard of this place called Torrey Pines? Have you ever heard of it? Down along the coastline? You got views of the Pebble Beach. Pebble Beach. I do think that he could grow and probably expand the YouTube golf audience. Like, I'm sure there's people who watch and enjoy LeBron and now will watch his content. So that might grow. But there's not a translatable, I don't even know if that's a word, connection between YouTube golf and the PGA Tour. They are very, very, very different things. And so he will not.
Steph Curry's more likely to. Like, I think he might try to
playing in a tournament
the
someday.
Champions. Like,
yes,
I think he will try to make the champions.
That would have an impact. LeBron YouTube golf content would not. No. Although good for him. You want to do it? Go have your passion project. Mail sack question: what college football game would you travel to go to, and how much would you be willing to pay for tickets, and who would you take with you? So I'm wondering if this is a.
So is this what stadium do I want to go to? Or
I think it's just this year. Now I don't know. Is it supposed to be my team? Like, am I supposed to go to an Oregon game or just a game in general? If I'm going to just a game in general, I hate to take the cop out. How do you not do LSU Ole Miss?
Yeah,
if you could just pick a random game to go to
Ole Miss. And you've heard about the Grove and Oxford and all of that, even though it'll be a little steamy.
Miami at Notre Dame would certainly be intriguing later in the year because that's a big bucket list thing for me to go see a Notre Dame game. LSU Clemson kind of under the radar early in the year, just the pressure, like almost feeling the uneasy nature of that stadium if they're losing in the fourth quarter would be a lot of fun. If I were to pick a game of my team, which one would I go to? As much as I would love to go to Columbus later in the year, I've never been to a game in Columbus. You have been. Yeah. I would probably pick the USC game early on. I feel very good about that matchup for Oregon. I work closely with somebody who is associated with USC now. I'm not sure if people are aware of that. And, I want to be there and witness that. You know, it's been since 2016 since USC beat Oregon. That would be the Oregon game that I would choose on the road. How much did I spend? LA would be a pretty affordable trip.
I mean, you can get a seat in there if you don't mind, sitting in a corner or sitting up. I mean, it's not like they're selling that thing out.
It's massive and it's an old dump of a stadium.
Yeah.
If you had that, like if LSU Ole Miss used that example, how much would I be willing to pay? You think you could get that trip for under $2,000?
Yeah.
Tickets, plane, hotel. Because the game tickets are going to be insanely expensive.
It depends on, how fancy a hotel you feel like you need to stay in.
Let me see what's the cheapest ticket right now, do you think? For LSU Ole Miss.
I don't know, $50.
You think you could get into the LSU Ole Miss game for $50?
No, it's
no chance.
It's saying 121.
Yeah, but my Google AI review is telling me 560 to 610 is the get-in price of that game.
Oh, I'm looking at this is through ESPN. They're through Vivid Seats. Tickets as low as $121.
Okay, so maybe you could pull that off.
All right, so maybe 200.
Yeah, and I think that's being very generous of maybe some of those ticket prices because I especially you get closer to the game. That's such a hot. So you're almost in. I mean, you just connect.
So if you want to sit up in the corner, in the horseshoe
corner, way
end,
up
above, 200 level. I'm seeing in the 200.
Okay. So $500, let's just say ballpark for tickets.
So upper level along the sidelines. So like 319 to 325, you're 200 to 250.
Yeah, and it'll go up from there.
Yeah,
that would be. I mean, that's easily the one though. That would be pretty incredible to be at that game and see that environment and root like hell for Ole Miss because I'll always root for the gal who got
LSU
dumped.
Ole Miss. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I'd love to be there. Okay, let's see what else we got. Mailsack continues. Mailsack question, long-winded sorry. In our fantasy football league, the way it works is the person who finishes last gets the first pick in the draft the next year.
Makes sense.
The way it should work. He continues, well, the person who finished in last place last year has not fulfilled his punishment.
Oh.
So the commissioner has taken away the person who they drafted with the number 1 overall pick. No one else gets that person, and they were told as soon as the punishment is fulfilled, they'll get the guy back. Now there are a bunch of people in the league all mad at the commissioner. What say Judge Dirt? This is not complicated in any way, shape, or form. The commissioner is 100% in the right here. Now, if he had taken, I don't know, I'm assuming you guys have already had your draft. You're not saying who the player was.
Right.
If he had taken that player and made him available, like somebody else could go grab, like say it's Bijan or whoever the player is, right? Then I would have an issue with it.
Well, then, I think what you do is you wait. You have until
I give you a date, by the season kicks
3,
off. Yeah.
And then it goes, so you have some games played.
Right.
Then it goes on the waiver wire.
Yes. And then I'm not going to tell you when it's going to happen. It's going to be a random time, random place. You just got
but you do the waiver wire. So
first come, first serve.
You can put your claim in, and then it's whoever is.
This is absolutely.
Everybody's going to put a claim on it. But.
If you have an agreed upon punishment at the start of the year, that absolutely needs to be fulfilled by the time the next season begins.
Yes.
Sprague and I have had times where we've done our payoff bets where it's like we've let it linger for a while, but then you finish it before the next football season beginning.
Correct.
You got to get it done, and so the commissioner is 100% in the right. I don't know why you would argue against that if you were the one that didn't fulfill the punishment.
Well, I think it's the person with the second pick who's like, I would have picked that person
if he was available. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's not making that player
seems
available.
like an equitable sort of situation.
I tend to
Now, they
agree.
should have sorted that out maybe before the draft.
You have a date to get your deal done because the draft's coming up.
Here's the draft. Have you done this yet? If not, you're not picking first.
I think the vice versa that I would recommend as a commissioner. The idea of commissioners being in the league is always a complicated one for me. me. Like that's a tricky dance to do.
Well, yeah, because
you almost need
they
to
do
pay
have a lot of
somebody.
responsibility. They're doing all the crap nobody else wants to do. They
Right.
just want to be in the league and have
and
a
they're
team.
running a team on their own.
Exactly.
And that could be a little complicated. My argument for next year would be if that happens and they have not fulfilled the duty by draft day, I'm not giving you the number one overall. I'm kicking you to the
at
last
that
pick.
point, you're kicked out of the league, I think.
Or kicked out of the league if you don't do it
It's
again.
like, yeah.
There's got to be punishment involved for not fulfilling your
Exactly.
punishment. Anyways, mail sack question. Let's see what else we got here. If you could reverse the outcome of one Super Bowl, which Super Bowl would you switch to make the biggest impact on someone's legacy? Positive or negative? Example, take away Rodgers' Super Bowl. Is he still the GOAT for dirt?
Oh.
Russ goes back-to-back in Seattle and has 2. Peyton never gets a second and lives in the shadow of Eli. What result of a Super Bowl would you change in order to be the biggest legacy shifter? That is a great mail sack
There's
question.
a couple of different ways you can go with this.
There is. Guys who only had 1, maybe you give them 2. Guys who never won 1 but got to 1, like Dan Marino.
Dan Marino.
Dan Marino is one of the first names that pops into my mind. An all-time great who never won the Super Bowl.
Because you could also go like if Rex Grossman
has a Super Bowl.
had won the Super Bowl with the Bears.
Rex Grossman beating Peyton Manning in a Super Bowl. It would be all-time. I'll throw another one at you that would be interesting to me. I think his legacy is solid. He got there. How many Super Bowls did Elway lose? Before I know he won the 2 late in his career. Did he get to 2? I know
They
the
got
Niner one.
destroyed by the Niners.
Didn't somebody else kill? Was he on the team that lost 42-10 to Washington? Was he the starter of that team?
Might have been.
What was his? When did he get drafted? God, Denver was in this
83.
Damn. Hold on.
Am I misremembering?
No, I don't think you're. Hold on. Let me pull it because John Elway is another one that I would think of. Like 2 is iconic.
Well, I think Jim Kelly and the Bills.
Yeah, I mean,
had the field goal gone in and
Right.
not been wide right.
He would be 1 and 3 all time. Yeah, 1983 was his first year. So the Broncos got to the Super Bowl. He was drafted in 83. They made the Super Bowl in 1987 and lost to the Giants. 1988 and lost to Washington, got smoked by Washington, and then got back in 1990 and got killed by the 49ers.
They lost to the Giants there in 87.
And then they did not get back until they beat the Packers and then obviously the Falcons. So Elway would be another one legacy-wise to have 3 would be a bit of a
I think
conversation
that
changer.
I think that first Bills one.
Yeah.
With Jim Kelly.
Yeah. Jim Kelly and the Bills not being 0 for 4 and known for that and being 0 for 4, that doesn't just change the legacy of a quarterback. That changes the whole feeling of a city and franchise who's never won one. Yeah. Trying to scroll here. What would another one have done for Ben Roethlisberger? Because he would have nothing. He would have had 3. That's true. People just hate him. Yeah, that's very true.
Pittsburgh already has a bunch. Bradshaw has 4. I mean, what do you want? I mean,
yeah, that's very true.
Nothing.
That listener pointed out Peyton and Eli. If Peyton doesn't get the second one, you could always also flip that and say New Orleans doesn't do the onside kick and Indy wins that Super Bowl, and they would have won 2 in 4 years, and Peyton would have 3 rings instead of 2, one of which he didn't really do anything to win. So that's certainly one. I'll give you a more modern one. In the last 10 or so-ish years,
Atlanta not blowing 28-3.
that certainly is that's an all-timer. And I would have loved to see Brady lose another Super Bowl. What about Cam Newton if he had gotten a ring? He only got to 1, and he was known for the memorable play of that game is him not diving on the football. Yeah. Von Miller, and maybe it doesn't change a ton, but it's interesting to think how different his career is viewed if he had, because one ring can change a lot, man. It can change a lot of perceptions.
Yeah, I don't think it changes as much for him as it would for Marino or Kelly.
Agree with that completely. You could go Burrow recently, too, if they pull off that win. Burrow already has a ring in Cincinnati. Yeah. Or you could go the year Kansas City got blown out and say, what if Mahomes actually did win 3 in a row? That SOB. That is a great mail sack. If you got one that we're forgetting, 503-864-6326. We will get to the rest of the mail sack. It's the Sparta TRT mail sack. We're only halfway down. We got the other half to go, and we'll get to the rest of it next on The Fan.
Update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by Big's Chicken. Try their smoked and fried wings, tossed with perfect dry rub, served with a trio of killer sauces. Menus at bigschicken.com. First on the Fan. How about this? Roger Goodell doing his preseason media circuit. Had an interview with a German media outlet, a former player, Marcus Kuhn, doing the interview, asked about NFL teams outside the USA. Here's the quote. At some point, there will be NFL teams outside the USA. I have no doubt that this will happen one day, end quote. Roger Goodell. There you go.
Is Manchester United going to move to New York City?
No.
No, why not?
I don't know.
This of all the topics in sports that drive me insane, this idea is one of the most bothersome that's out there.
If you establish international NFL cities, then they become viable Super Bowl hosts.
No! God! On a lighter note, how about this one? Sprague will be back tomorrow, so I'll fill his shoes for a day. Would you be scared by a dangerous rabid beaver?
You should be.
Not that kind of beaver. There is evidently a park in Maryland. 2 different teens have been attacked by rabid beavers. And they were so vicious of attackers, those beavers, that they had to close the park down. Does that make you feel better about Oregon State season this year?
I don't know. I think they need some scholarships. That's what I think. Some NIL deals.
Get those guys out there, man.
Get them in there. There's your update from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is AM.
Look forward to the Champions League final to be in Kansas City, Missouri next year. Because that's what every sport should do, right? It's going to be awesome. It's going to be great. So we're in the middle of a Sparta TRT mail sack. Always love the Sparta TRT mail sacks. Let's fire through, get through as many as we can here.
All right.
Mail sack question. This Friday will be my first time I will play golf. What advice would you give a first-timer? Very simple from me. We'll see if Swag disagrees. My 2 pieces of advice are 1, have fun.
Yes.
2, suck fast.
Yep.
That's
Keep
it.
up.
Just play fast and have fun.
Don't. Yeah, you can't spiral. You can't implode. Now, hopefully,
you're gonna suck. Just know that you're gonna be terrible.
Now, hopefully, though, you have been to a driving range or you're doing something where this is not the first time you're picking up a golf club. I would advise don't do that.
If you have taken more than 5 swings before you get to the 150-yard marker, pick it up.
Yeah.
Pick it up. Just,
yep.
Thanks for coming. You tried. Didn't work out for you on that hole. The score doesn't count anyways. None of it matters. Just pick it up. Throw it that way. That is my big.
Or just go to wherever. I'm assuming you're playing with somebody who plays. Just go to where they are next. Put a ball down. Try it. That sort of thing.
Don't take your score too seriously. Have fun and play at a good pace.
Don't even keep score.
No, don't keep score unless you get a birdie. Write that down on a scorecard. If you somehow get a birdie,
if you can put a circle on the
write
card.
that number. Put a circle on it. Makes everybody feel good. Millsack question. Small debate at my work. Which backfield duo would you rather have? DeAndre Swift and Kyle Monangai, or Travion Henderson and Ramondre Stevenson?
Henderson and Stevenson.
I think I would lean Swift and Monangai, although I believe Monangai didn't he just get hurt? Did I see that news correctly?
Yeah,
I think he got banged up.
He has health issues.
He's a little dinged up right now.
Stevenson and Henderson, I feel like I can do more with. I can move him around. I can put him at H-back. I can put him at tight end in the slot and do more things with them.
Yeah. I just like saying Monangai. That's a fun one. Mail sack question. Just caught up on the Live Golf segment, and I'm wondering, did Happy Gilmore 2 contribute in a small way to the downfall of Live? I know there are bigger factors, but they made a mockery of the tour, and all the PGA guys made cameo appearances. Remember, there's Live guys in there, too.
Yeah.
Because Bryson was in there. Yeah. I think Brooks at the time was still Live. Maybe not. But some of the Live guys were in there.
No, it didn't. It was the fact that
it's a really funny thought, though.
The wealthiest stock portfolio in the world pulled their support. That pretty much did it.
Right. Did you ever see Happy Gilmore 2? Did you ever watch
I did
it?
not.
Yeah. I mean, it sucked, but it was funny. There was funny moments.
Yeah.
I mean, just it's an Adam Sandler movie. We've all seen it. Once you've seen one Adam Sandler movie, you've seen them all, and you got to be kind of in a mindset for it. But it was, it was what it was. The point that I made about Live when it first began, and I think it rung true.
It didn't have a sustainable model, and it wasn't. There was nothing compelling about it.
Nothing. There was only one question that mattered, and that was, how long are the Saudis cool losing money on this?
Pretty much.
That was it. And the second they answered that question, no, this is what was going to happen, because it's not a profitable league.
No.
You just... yeah. Anyways, we don't need to revisit that topic. We did dance on their grave a little bit. I was never a Live guy. I hated what it did to the game of golf. The ruse of we're doing it just beyond. You did it for money. We all know why you did it.
Money grab, and they didn't want the grind of what the PGA Tour was.
Right. It was too grueling for them.
Guarantees. They had the party plane and all that crap.
So there were certain angles
now,
of
they
it.
did take better care of the caddies, and I hope that the PGA learned some things from that.
Yeah, that would be nice.
That would be nice.
The only benefit in it at all that I got from it is how I thought it was cool that they took their tour and events to places that had not traditionally hosted events. We were an example of that.
Exactly.
It came to Pumpkin Ridge in year one. Mm-hmm. I went to it. It was a lot of fun. The scenes in like Australia when they would go down there, like there were certain angles of that I hope the PGA Tour looks at and says, not necessarily internationally, because again, let's not get back into that.
But like I said, there's
markets and areas of the United States
Tour Championship is discussing
or tournaments.
Rotating around.
It would be great, man. That's how you go. Like to the LeBron question in the last segment. LeBron doing YouTube golf is not going to grow the PGA Tour. What grows the PGA Tour is going to more markets and not being locked into the same course and the same. There's some events that you cannot change, and that will always be the case that you're never going to move on from. Yeah. There's a ton of them that are just run-of-the-mill dumb courses in Florida or Texas that you could very easily move that to a different part of the country. And oh my God, Scotty Scheffler and Rory McIlroy in town this weekend. Let's go see some golf. That gets you more into golf. That's how you grow the game of golf. Mailsack question. Mailsack Dirt. Would you rather go to Disneyland or watch the Washington Huskies win the national championship before the Ducks? Well, if you are a Husky fan, you should say you already have half of a championship. You don't have a full one, but you have a half of a one. And half is greater than zero. I will grant you that. Although, you just got voted number one. Didn't actually win a game. This is easy. I oppose going to Disneyland with every fiber of my being. That is a vacation that I will die on that hill as long as I could die on that hill.
You'll suffer on some teacups though for one day.
If this is it's not even close. It's not even a debate, dude. Yeah, go to is the Matterhorn still down there? Is that what can I do? Splash Mountain. Well, I think they got rid of that for racial undertones. But Disneyland would suck. But I would much rather do that for a day. And see the joy on my kid's face. I get that. At least I can understand the selling point of Disney. If your kid's happy, you're happy. I just think there's other places you can make your kid happy. That's true. I'm also happy.
But no,
nobody's happy if the Huskies win. No, but nobody wins there. That's a lose scenario. Come on, man. Mailsack question: have you guys ever found yourself talking to your dogs? Honestly, and forgetting that they are dogs and then will not talk back to you. For example, when ours starts barking at the window, I instinctively ask, "Who is it, Lila?" before I quickly remember she's a dog and doesn't intend to answer me back. I do not talk to my dog that way. No, in the trust tree,
I don't talk to the dog expecting a response.
Are you guys ever going to get a new dog?
As long as she is actively involved in theater things.
Theater, yeah.
Rehearsals and things. As long as I am, doing play-by-play and stadium announcing at night, we're coming and going so much, it's not fair to the dog.
Yeah, that's tough.
Or one person gets an imbalanced amount of the
dog responsibilities
pet coverage.
Yeah, that's fair.
So probably, once we're old and puttering around and not going 90 miles an hour.
Slow down a little bit, get a dog again.
Us getting dogs. We both very much miss having a dog.
Yeah.
But no, our lifestyle right now is not conducive.
It's very responsible of you, because that is the challenge.
And it's not fair to the dog.
No, it's very challenging. It is. I have a lot of days where I feel bad because I spend the afternoon chasing a 2-year-old around, and you're like, man, I forgot you were there for half the time, buddy. You've been following me around all day, and you get so tied up into it, and you're on the go.
Once those little guys get 4-5.
Oh, it'll be great.
Then because they'll just
The dog has started
that
to
dog
learn.
will be right in the middle of everything.
In the backyard, he has started to figure out if I go drop the ball by the kiddo, he's going to kick it, throw it, or smack it, or something for me.
Yep.
And that, so he's learned he's got a new ally in the fetch game, which is big. That's big in the dog world. Because usually I got to shut him down in public places of like, dude, stop putting the slimy ball in people's lap. Like nobody wants that. I helicopter parent that as a dog parent. I will not allow that. Nobody wants to sit at a cocktail party and have a slimy ball dropped on their lap and feel like, because once you throw a ball for a dog, that's it, dude. You are the guy the rest of the night.
Well, see, that was the funny thing about Shiba Inus was some exercise and do that. Cody would do it once, twice. If I tried a third time,
a third ball throw, what are you doing?
I just brought it back to you.
Stop throwing the damn thing.
Throwing
I
the
already
damn thing.
went and got it and brought it back. This is on you. You go get it. That's pretty funny. Mail sack question: who are a couple of guys on the tour that you would love to caddy for you? And would you?
That we would like to caddy for?
No, that you would want to caddy for you.
Oh.
I guess, he did it both ways. Who would you want to caddy for, and who would you want to caddy for you / teach you?
Who's going to be caddy for Joel Damon? That would just be a party of epic proportion.
Yeah, he'd be a lot of fun. This is an easy answer for me. Caddy 4, I'm going to choose Scotty because I got a great chance of making some good cash on the tournament. If I'm getting paid as a caddy, might as well get paid while I'm doing it. And Scotty he seems like he'd be a lot. He's hot and bothered at times. His little meltdowns are quite fun to watch.
I'd actually want a caddy for Brooks.
You'd want to do Brooksy?
I think Brooks would just take shots at. You would get unfiltered thoughts.
He tossed me his caddy grizzly too.
He'd get a little prickly at times.
Yeah.
But caddying, as far as who I would want to...
It's an easy one for me. I don't even know if he'd necessarily be the best. Rory is my favorite. I mean, he has been forever. Like, Rory would be my
I would want
call.
Rory to caddy for me.
Yeah,
because I think Rory would assess your...
He'd be honest and have fun with you.
Try this, or this is what I do. I think he would, let you know how he approaches the game.
Yeah.
I think JT would be the same way, too. JT's got... he is a shot maker, ball shaper.
Creativity.
Yeah.
Why don't you try this? I can't pull that off.
And he looks at me. He's like,
hook a chip shot around a tree? What are you talking about?
Bigger than me. I'm 5'10", $165.
I didn't grow up with a pro daddy, okay?
Exactly.
Justin, what's the matter with you? Yeah, I would want Rory to caddy for me, and I'd choose to caddy for Scotty. Last one here on the mail sack. It always delivers. It's always delightful. This one should be easy, but I know things can be complicated. Quick one, mail sack. New York pizza or Chicago deep dish? I've had both in each city, and New York is better. It's not even close.
Yeah.
Even people from Chicago have to acknowledge, right?
I just don't want that much bread.
No, and look, time and place, I get it. I'm not saying Chicago pizza's terrible.
No, if you put a Chicago pizza down in front of me,
great.
But
I'll eat it. But if you're picking a slice,
if it's a buffet and I get to choose,
dude, I'm not kidding you, man.
Big old slice, flopping that over, and let's go.
Now that I live back in the old neighborhood, it is great to have restaurants within walking distance. It's been a game changer.
Yes.
There's a dumpling place, by the way, that I kind of poo-pooed because I'm not a big dumpling guy.
Yeah, but once you've had really good ones.
I mean, I get it. I've had dumplings, and they've been fine. But we also went there for the first time, and light bulb moment. They have more on the menu than just dumplings.
That is true.
Dude, I'm not kidding you. The kid has never eaten more food in a public place than he ate. I got him some chow mein with chicken, and he scarfed that down to the point where I want to go almost on a weekly basis. He ate so much food. It was delightful, right?
Yes.
But the biggest news in our neighborhood is that we have a new pizza place.
Okay.
And they serve, you can get a full pie if you want.
Oh, but by the slice?
Or pop in for a pie by the slice.
Nice.
And they are massive New York style slices.
Perfect.
Fold them over.
Yeah.
Eat them. And I'm happy as a clam.
There you go.
Me and my sweet spot. My moment of zen, if you will.
I can see you.
That is my happy place.
I can't wait for your big daddy moment there.
Walking around at the bar watching the game.
Frankenstein. Teaching him how to fold a piece over.
Right here. Every time we eat pizza, I try and teach him. You got to fold it. You got to fold it in half.
Yeah, you're probably another year away.
He's not quite there
yet.
yet.
Hands aren't quite big enough to.
Usually we take a bite and then all of the toppings come off the pizza.
That's
Usually
part of the fun.
That's how it
It's
goes.
all over your face.
And then you got toppings and then a pizza. Now you got 2 pieces of pizza. No, it's 2 for 1.
Burns. He's got a little blister there.
Yeah, that's an easy one, dude. Like Chicago deep dish, I get it. It has its place. It ain't New York style
No.
Big cut, slice, thin. That's the way to go. Also, last note here, I spent a weekend at a Disneyland bathroom over the Huskies winning a championship. Thank you. Me too, brother. Me too. I'm right there with it. You know what I say? Let's go whoop their ass! It's almost here, baby.
Thanksgiving weekend.
Can't get here soon enough. Let's wrap it up on a Tuesday. We'll do it next on The Fan. All right, last one for us here today. The firm of Harrison Meringue coming up next. Are you ready? Now, I don't know if we're going to actually get this. Are you ready for Flo to potentially be in Eugene, Oregon?
Flo? Yeah. Progressive Flo?
Yeah. They have announced, Progressive Insurance has announced partnerships with 13 college football programs that include on-field logos. And the partnerships are with Boise State. Some of these are kind of random. Colorado, Georgia, Iowa, Kansas State, Ole Miss, Purdue, SMU, Syracuse, Texas Tech, USC, Wake Forest, and Oregon.
Your Oregon Ducks.
Your Oregon Ducks will have a Progressive Insurance logo on. Do I get to meet Flo on the sidelines of a game? Because if I don't
meet Flo.
If you saw Flo in character, would you take a picture with her?
No, I don't think so.
I wouldn't do it for you from a celebrity scale.
I don't think so.
Hey, Flo. Do I call her Flo if I see her?
If she's in the
Flo getup, you got to call her Flo, right?
Flo.
Isn't that not? You got to go. Official names here.
Now is the whole crew coming?
Do I get Jamie? Would you rather meet Flo or Jamie? If you had to choose one or the other, who would you rather be on the sideline? You're walking the sidelines at Autzen Stadium. You can bump into a character from Progressive Insurance because you can't really do the their bit that's the best is the you're turning into your parents. That is one of the greatest.
That guy's there.
That's one of the greatest ad campaigns ever. That guy. Would you want to meet that guy? That's like the therapist talking to the parents. Who's You're on speakerphone. You don't need to hold the phone right there and talk that loud.
The newest one.
It is
trying to tell them what a social influencer is.
It's so good. It is so. That is.
Wait, do you sell the hats? Are you?
I'm not kidding you, man. That might be the best ad campaign ever.
Shoes.
Yeah, it's so funny to me that a company can come up with that bit that's so good, and then have the. Not that all the other stuff isn't good. Whatever, Flo.
No, I'm more likely like the Geico Gecko. That I'd take my picture with.
Now, is it a guy in a gecko costume or an actual? Like if they had an actual gecko,
I'm gonna hold a little gecko in my hand.
You hold him
there.
right here. He stands up.
If he talks, it'd be even better. But
got a little teacup. Howdy. That was a terrible accent. Isn't he British? What is he?
He's
Australian?
British, not Australian.
Yeah, Australian. What did I go? Australian there? Yeah, they're going to have a Progressive logo on their field this year, one of 13 teams. That was announced.
Does it say what they're getting out of it?
It does not. It just says they've announced a partnership. That is it.
I wonder
That's
if it's
all.
an NIL deal to get everybody, all their student athletes properly insured or
do we get
like
a
that.
Dante Moore Progressive commercial out of this deal? Oh, have we gotten the Dr. Pepper ads yet? Have they come out with their new series, or are we still waiting on that?
I haven't seen to Fanville.
The Fanville?
I haven't seen any new Fanville ones yet.
Fanville has gone from this is such a bad idea to I now kind of eagerly await them. That's as dumb and weird as that might sound.
Because who was in it? Was Bryce Young? Who was?
It wouldn't have been Bryce Young last year. Who was the player? Bryce Young was a couple of years ago. I remember that.
Yeah.
Who was the player in the commercial? Was it? No, Drew Aller had like a Dodge Ram. Didn't he? Didn't Drew Aller have a random commercial? Now I'm curious.
Oh, I can't remember. I remember the Bryce Young ones.
They added the Boz last year. I know that.
The Boz has been there for a few years as the sheriff.
Yes. What player? What player is what I want to know, not the actors. Yeah, the sheriff coming to town, the goalpost getting pulled down with the kid on the swing.
The transfer portal one was great.
Quinn Ewers, I guess, and Jerry Jones were the last two players. Or not players, but Jerry Jones was. I remember the Jerry Jones one where he's like, we play on Sundays. You're in Sunday Town or whatever.
Yeah.
That was kind of the gist of it.
No, now, I remember now it was Quinn Ewers, and everybody's like, wait,
That's who you're going with.
Yeah.
I'm
do we have a Dr. Pepper? I would imagine if they could get Arch, they'd get Arch.
Arch would be your go-to if you could get somebody for sure. Arch doesn't strike me as the kind of guy, and he's got some of those ads. Like he does one for like an athletic apparel company I've seen.
Yeah,
he'll do that.
He'll do straight lace stuff.
He also seems like let's fly under the radar.
You wonder if he gets steered towards nationwide insurance and whatever else is in the family bloodlines.
Right,
King's Hawaiian and
there you go.
Else
hey, now we're talking. Sell some rolls out of this deal. By the way, I wanted to read a few of these because we mentioned this earlier. The idea of changing the outcome of a Super Bowl and the legacy.
Yes.
There was some fun ones that got texted in. I'm assuming a Niner fan saying they win the Baltimore game, which I don't. Again,
what if the Jets didn't win 3?
Yeah.
If Joe Namath
not winning the Super Bowl that he guaranteed, that's the only reason he's in the Hall of Fame. Go look at his numbers. He sucked. That's the only reason he was there.
Would there have been a merger?
That's a great question. Talk about changing the landscape of everything. Eventually, there probably would have been. Iverson said to change the Giants win over the Pats so they match the 72 Dolphins. Again, that's not necessarily this was a quarterback question. Like, what quarterback benefits? But I certainly understand that point. If you would have had an undefeated team, the legacy of Eli's different.
17-0 or 19-0? That was a 16-game season, right?
19-0?
Yeah.
I think, it would have been 19-0. Moss would have had a Super Bowl ring as well. So that is a great angle. But that, if you do quarterback, like I can't do, Brady's already got enough of them. Another one's not changing the legacy of Tom Brady.
That's more a team in NFL history.
He's the GOAT. Kurt Warner getting a second one, that's a good one from Deal because he won the one with the Rams.
Right.
Obviously didn't win it. They got back and lost.
The Cardinals to win.
They were there.
Super
they were
Bowl.
right there with a chance to win. That's a solid one right there that I hadn't really thought about.
How many 12s have asked to change the Pittsburgh Super Bowl?
We have not seen that yet. Your guy Matt Hasselbeck does not have a ring.
It was pass interference!
Come on! All righty, well, that's enough fun for today. What do we got going on today? We watch anything tonight? Anything on the old docket?
Mariners at Brewers.
Okay, that's
starting
fun.
the series, 4:40.
I can't watch, but that's fun.
I think this is,
This is it. This is get
the Mariners,
crap or get up the pot time.
Pretty much. The next week and a half is going to determine it. Let me go.
Oh, I know. They go Brewers, Cubs, Phillies, I believe, right?
I believe, yeah.
Cubs and Phillies are at home.
It is brutal, these next 9 games.
That's not going to be easy, man. So that's coming up if you're a Mariner fan. Good luck today in Milwaukee.